Good evening, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here with a very urgent breaking news update on Hurricane Helene for September the 25th, 2024. As always, my thoughts in these live streams and videos are mine alone, and making any decisions regarding a hurricane like this, please seek official info from the National Hurricane Center, your local weather office, and your local officials for the latest information for where you're at. It's been an interesting day with Hurricane Helene as it continues to move generally northward over the last several hours, nearly missing pretty close to Cozumel as well as Cancun, Mexico earlier today in the early afternoon hours. Ever since it has left this area, the system is showing signs that it is more than likely going to intensify for sure now. The pressure, while it has fallen, this has not led to any increase in the wind field just yet. But that might be beginning to do so as we are now beginning. Let me actually slow this down a little bit. There is some issues with satellite imagery tonight, so I'm hoping it won't be a problem in this live stream. So let me do this so I can show you all. So if we look at the last few frames here, actually since I got home from open house tonight, by the way, I did a weather report for over 50 people that watched me in the classroom, and they thought I all did pretty good at covering this. It's such a big issue that I'm even covering it at an open house, which is amazing. So in the last few frames here, this system has really changed a lot. We have more deep convection that is orbiting around. We're seeing these bursts. Here's another burst right here orbiting around the center. We have another area of deep convection that's orbiting around. And this is a classic signature that I'm looking for a system that is more than likely going to now really start deepening more quicker. And actually not only the pressure falls, but this will likely lead to increasing winds. We have not had that yet, so it's going to be interesting what we find tonight with our Recon data. But as far as I can tell right now, this is definitely showing better signs now than it did even this evening, nearly 3 hours ago. With deeper convection, the cloud tops are getting colder, and it's really starting to kind of take advantage. And it's coming around with D-max, which is a diurnal max that is coming tonight, and that will allow the system to actually deepen a little bit more extensively and more effectively. So the question is, what did the hurricane hunters find throughout their mission today? So what they have found is over their last 4 passes, so their first pass through the center, it was 975 millibars. Their last pass through the center is down to 972 millibars. And it is also noted that extrapolated pressure here, even up over here even, is a little lower, perhaps 969 millibars. But we'll see. Again, the wind field right now, not really, it's organized. We're not seeing a really symmetrical tight wind field where we have hurricane force winds. This is more broad in nature, where we have this purple, these dark red barbs that are a little bit of a distance from the inner core structure. Whatever inner core there is, it's probably forming right now. So here's a look at the NOAA mission from earlier. They're not in there anymore. They will be coming out into the system in the next hour, so we will be providing you some real-time information. We will be live until midnight tonight. That's a guarantee, like I was last night, showing us this pressure at 973 millibars. So interesting, not falling on this mission, but on this mission, it has fallen. And that's what we're seeing. So we're putting more weight on the Air Force mission, the C-130 that was in there earlier. We also have other data, some interesting data. This is a tail Doppler radar mission. And that's what TDR stands for. And this is like a X-ray of the storm, what the wind field is like. And this is 1 kilometer above the surface. This is a clean surface wind. And what they have found is that there is definitely a nice good area here of orange, which indicates winds greater than 64 knots, maybe some maximized winds in here a little stronger, perhaps getting close to 80 knots. But overall, right now, the system has not shown signs of strengthening at the moment, but that will change overnight. We're still thinking that that's going to change. NHC has not changed their forecast, so we're not going to change our forecast. And based on the convective structure right now, things are quickly changing. So the tail Doppler radar did not find a definitive inner core structure. We're not seeing 50 decibels of very intense rain here. This is dark green from the core, so there's the eye-like future. We're not seeing any enhanced rainfall. We are seeing some banding futures. Here's one here. Here's another one. So we're seeing some banding futures moving their way in. Now, a big change that the plane did find today or this evening is that there is no dry slot in the system. That was a little bit of an inhibitor earlier today, that there was a little bit of this dry, narrow corridor circulating into the inner core of the system, and it did help prevent rapid intensification, and that's probably one of the reasons why the wind field is a little large right now. But the way this looks now on the aircraft, there is no dry slot left here, and it's all off to the races. The system is likely to undergo some explosive intensification. I know I've been saying that for a while and nothing has happened. I think it's going to happen tonight, and if it doesn't, that's a good sign. That's a good thing, because we do not need a Category 4 hurricane making landfall in Florida. We really don't. This is a pretty devastating system, and wait until I show you the wording from the National Hurricane Center. It is really, really, really serious. Actually, as serious as it gets, as serious as Ian perhaps, and if not even as serious as Laura and Michael put together. So looking at this, I want the legacy version. Why did I not get the legacy version of the cone of uncertainty? We need that. That is actually a little bit better in this situation. So we are going to do that. So here's the legacy version of the NHC, and we can see right now, I mean, I cannot, I'm speechless. I really am. 2 full states, Georgia, South Carolina, and most of Florida under a tropical storm warning. This is a really big area. This is not one of those barrel-like situations where it's really narrow and impacted a localized area. This thing is massive, and this wind field, imagining that this system does this, you follow that, and you're going to see this move over the entire state of Florida, and eventually perhaps all the way out here into, say, Wilmington, North Carolina, where there are tropical storm warnings in effect. This is, I mean, I don't like to hype up stuff. I really don't, but this is just, I mean, it's huge. It really is. I'm still a little surprised that even southern Tennessee here is not under a tropical storm watch or a warning, given that this is a tropical storm up here at 7 a.m. on Friday. Yes, that's a tropical storm. Even so, this moves onshore. This is going to remain a hurricane even close to Atlanta, Georgia. Very populated area. And even over here in portions of Panama City, Florida, actually Pensacola, Florida. Yeah, wait, Panama City, I got it right. But all this red is a hurricane warning, and this does include for portions of Tampa Bay, Florida, to the north, St. Pete, that metro area, under a hurricane watch and a hurricane warning. You need to take this seriously, okay? So, with that being said, this in itself is very, very serious, all right? And I'm going to hype this up because the NHC is actually really taking this seriously. All right, and look at the wording on this, and I'm going to zoom in because this is actually really small. I hope, no, it's not going to frame it well, so we're going to have to just keep it zoomed out, unfortunately, but I will read this all to you. There's a lot to talk about in this advisory tonight, and I'm going to highlight some words because this is shocking. This is like, it takes a lot for the NHC to really hype stuff up, and they're doing it tonight. So first of all, the first point here, catastrophic and deadly. Look at this word right here. I'm going to highlight this in red. Right here, deadly storm surge. Yeah, storm surge that will kill people. I mean, that is just as serious as it gets. Catastrophic and deadly storm surge is likely along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast, where inundation could reach as high as 20 plus feet, folks. 20 feet. That is about as tall as a 3 to 4 story building. If I get my calculations correct, it is as tall as a 4-story building. I want to make sure of that. So 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 equals close enough. About a 3.5 to almost 4-story building. That just shows you just how high the storm surge is going to be. So if you are, say, 2 feet above ground level, your house is going to be gone. I have to say that. Your house is not going to be there when you get back home, unfortunately, above ground level. Along with destructive waves, folks, that could reach heights of 30 to 40 feet. So there could be brief bouts of isolated storm surge approaching 24 feet above ground level. There is also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of Florida Peninsula. Residents in these areas need to follow advice given by local officials and evacuate if told to do so. All right, tonight is the night. Tomorrow morning is the morning to make any last-minute preparations. Evacuate from the Big Bend coastline, and I will give you all those evacuations in tonight's live stream, and I'll bring up a detailed map on where those areas actually are. Potentially, now, key point number 2, potentially catastrophic. That word, folks, I mean, strong wording tonight. Catastrophic, deadly, okay. Catastrophic hurricane force winds are expected within the Eyewall of Helene when it makes landfall in Florida Big Bend region late Thursday. Preparations to protect your life and property should be completed by early Thursday before tropical storm conditions arrive. Damaging and life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in wind gusts, will penetrate well inland over portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia late Thursday into Thursday night, where a hurricane warning is in effect. Strong wind gusts are also likely further north across portions of the northern Georgia and the Carolinas, particularly over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. I mean, Georgia's in trouble. The Atlanta area is in trouble here. Not as it's just as bad, but not as bad as, say, the Big Bend. Don't reverse your preparations because I just said that. It's going to be really bad either way. All right. Also, look at this. This I'm going to highlight in magenta. This is the worst thing that could actually happen. Catastrophic to unsurvivable, life-threatening flash and urban flooding, including numerous landslides. Numerous, not just a couple of landslides. Numerous landslides is expected across portions of the southern Appalachians through Friday. Considerable to locally catastrophic flash and urban flooding is likely for northwestern and northern Florida and the southeast through Friday. Widespread minor to moderate river flooding is possible, and isolated major river flooding is likely. Not possible, likely. Now, point number 4, tropical storm conditions. So we're going to use blue for this. Tropical storm conditions are expected over portions of western Cuba within the tropical storm warning area. Hurricane Helene will bring heavy rainfall to portions of the western Caribbean with potentially significant flooding across western Cuba and the northeastern Yucatan Peninsula through early Thursday. Those impacts are beginning to decrease, but still take those seriously since you are still under that tropical storm force wind field. In fact, if we go back, let's take a look at this once again. All of this yellow color is tropical storm force winds. And yes, it is still over northeastern Yucatan Peninsula as we speak. So this footprint, yes, this whole thing is going to inundate this entire area that I've highlighted, encircled, okay? So that's that. The most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds. This is certainly going to happen. And most importantly, those chances have come up quite significantly over St. Pete and Tampa Bay, Florida. I've been really following this area, Sarasota, Florida, now looking at a 90 to 100% chance of tropical storm to near hurricane force winds. Yes, I said that. Tropical storm to near hurricane force winds are certainly a likelihood. And of course, up here, you can forget about it. Hurricane force winds will occur, some potentially life-threatening, catastrophic, to potentially violent. We could see violent hurricane force wind gusts in some of these areas. And tropical storm force winds will arrive there by Thursday afternoon. So see these timelines, and I really want to make it clear in this live stream. I want to make this as detailed, as honest as possible. Okay? See the timeline right here, hence its name, timeline. This is 2 p.m. This is 8 in the morning. So if you're in Tampa Bay, you have until about 8 in the morning to get prepared for tropical storm force winds. The winds will come up pretty quickly tonight, or gradually tonight, and then really ramp up tomorrow after or late morning into the early afternoon hours. These time frames are here for a purpose, because this is letting you know that you have until this time in Eastern Daylight Time to get prepared. 8 p.m. Over southern Georgia, as you can see clearly there, and then 8 in the morning on Friday for Tennessee. And yeah, look at this, almost a full chance over Atlanta, Georgia for Thursday night into early Friday morning. So how much rainfall is expected with this? This has not changed very much. Now, it's really hard to see here, but right in this little area, and I'm really going to make a big black pin here so you all can see this. This whole area right in here, I'm circling this as detailed as I can. All right, this area could see over a foot of rainfall. Over a foot of rainfall in about a 2-day period. And I did get a couple of questions tonight at the open house about that, because some people, some of their family does live in northeastern Georgia. And I told them, you might see up to 20 inches of rainfall. And they were like, oh dear, no. And they sounded really sad about that. So, if you're watching this again, you got the update already. If you're watching this again, I just pray and hope that your family is going to be able to take action accordingly. Make sure you get, if you are under evacuation order due to heavy rainfall in that area, please take that, okay? So once again, 12 to 16 inches in general up here. Orographic flow, we are all familiar with that. The rain shadow effect. So this upward motion along to go with the trough. So we have a trough coming down. There's going to be a lot of baroclinic ascent that is going to lift all this moisture up over these areas, and it's really going to squeeze out. So again, Atlanta, Georgia, if you are east of Knoxville over this area, man, oh man, this is a historical event potentially. Some areas could get 20 plus inches of rainfall. In fact, I looked up on Twitter from Ben Knoll, he's really good in the tropics. He was saying this could be 2 to 3 months worth full of rainfall. and it coming in about a day and a half to 2 days. That's why there will be numerous landslides, rock slides in these areas. Atlanta, 6 to 8 inches of rain. If you're in the Tallahassee area, also a ton of rainfall. There is a high risk for flooding in this area too. On top of storm surge flooding, looking at about a foot of rain, maybe locally higher in some areas. Nashville, looking at about 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. And something about this map I also wanted to show you is it's not just the coast. It's not just a Florida threat, folks. This is going into Alabama. This is going into Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky. I mean, look at this. Even Indianapolis, Cincinnati, even Elkins up over here in West Virginia could get an inch of rain out of this. So, yeah, this is a huge area that is going to experience a ton of rainfall in a matter of a few days. In a matter of a few days. And that is why you need to get preparations. Yeah. And this is going to have everything with it. All right, not just flooding, storm surge flooding. It's going to have severe weather too. We'll look at that in a second. So now looking at the risk for flash flooding in your area, I mean, this gets to me. This really is jaw-dropping when you see a bimodal look here to the high risks out from the Weather Prediction Center. Tallahassee, Florida, under a stage 4 declaration of heavy, heavy rainfall. On top, again, of storm surge flooding. I mean, that's why this could be unsurvivable. I mean, I don't say that very lightly. Unsurvivable flooding combined with the storm surge and freshwater flooding is all you need to cause a lot of big impacts. All right, and then of course up here you have a high risk. That is a 70% chance that you will see significant to potentially catastrophic flooding. Birmingham, Montgomery, under a slight and moderate risk. Atlanta, near at a high risk. Chattanooga, Knoxville, under a moderate risk. Augusta, under a moderate risk. Charlotte, under a slight risk. If you're in Nashville, Roanoke, under a slight risk. I mean, this whole area. This is a once in a year, probably once in a decade, someone even said. Actually, you know what? I found that out from the National Hurricane Center. I may be wrong. I want to make sure I'm getting this correctly, but this is once in a couple of year event, a flood event in this area. And I just pray, dude. I really hope you guys are taking this seriously because it's time to hype this up. It is time to tell you all to get prepared if you haven't already. So now on top of that, the storm surge with this, we briefly talked about that. But here is a interactive map showing you how significant the storm surge is going to be. And when I saw the update on this after my previous video today, I was like, there's no way this is going to get up to 20 feet. But I looked at the tidal data. I looked at the surf and everything. It is very possible. We could see isolated areas like the Swanee River could see up to 20 freaking feet of storm surge. 20 feet, okay, you guys? That is not no game, no gain at all. That is really, really life-threatening, all right? 6 to 10 feet Carabel, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. I mean... Antclot River, up to a foot of storm surge. Tampa Bay, back up to 8 feet of storm surge again over that area. And I'll get to more on this in a little bit on what this means for tomorrow's live stream. Eaglewood, 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. And Flamingo still looking at that 3 to 5 feet. But wow, wow, wow. It is this area right in here that is a lot of the attention grabbing for anyone that has any homes or any houses, any big tall buildings like mansions. They could get significantly destroyed, and in rare cases, mobile homes will be demolished by the flow of the water, by the damage of water that comes on shore, okay? So this is the latest look at the interactive map of the potential storm surge right here NHC potential storm surge flooding map from Hurricane Helene. And what we're looking at here is storm surge greater than 9 feet above ground. Well, I don't know why they didn't put 12 feet. They should add that in. Hopefully soon they will. But anything in red here is essentially about 9 feet above ground. And then I'm going to even make my own color here. So anything right in here, I'm going to highlight this. All along the coast is going to have storm surge greater than a foot. And if we go down, all the way down, look at this. This is pretty alarming. And we go further south, we get 9 feet of storm surge. And we go further south even more. You can see I'm still looking at storm surge amounts up to about 6 feet above ground there in the Tampa Bay area. So this really needs to be watched. This could adjust based on the current intensity, the current evolution of all things, but there will be storm surge. There will be near hurricane force winds in the main metropolitan of Tampa, St. Petersburg, as well as Clearwater. Largo in Florida could get a lot of impacts. And then look at this. Even further south, you're looking at storm surge, not just quite as bad, but boy, it is up here in the Big Bend. I've said it too many times. This is unsurvivable. This is something that we have not seen yet this year, and it hasn't been seen since perhaps Michael. Okay. So now another thing that really concerns me with this is now a little more to the technical stuff, and then we'll be looking at our hurricane models, and then we will talk about tomorrow's live stream on what my plans are. So the upper ocean heat content here is exceptional. This is just off the charts. Some of these colors right here are white, so that is 200 units. So enough heat reservoir with this system to work with. The heat expands well below the surface of the ocean. It expands really deep down, and the deeper this is, the more heat is, or more latent heat release that is into the storm that we have, and the more likely chances this is going to rapidly and explosively intensify tonight. Just because it's a Cat 1 right now, don't focus on that. Do not focus on that, because it's in the process of going bonkers right now. So here's a look at that anomaly, and again, well above average, not a problem with Helene for tonight at all. It is going to get crazy, unfortunately, and I just pray and pray and pray for the millionth time that this hopefully does not end up as a Category 4, because if it becomes a Category 4, I just explained those impacts. It's looking scary. It really is. All right, so now to the more important part of this discussion. How strong will Helene get? All right, we do not have our 0Z models in just yet. I want to make sure of that. I don't think we do. No, we don't. So looking at the latest forecast here, and we will provide you the 0Z hurricane models tonight. Once those come in, like we did last night, we will provide you hurricane recon data once they get out there tonight and investigate the system. Did the pressure fall? Did it go up? Probably not go up, but it's fallen right now rapidly. So look at how strong this gets. This is jaw-dropping. This is 06Z tonight. This is 11 o'clock. So in a couple of hours, we could see this down to 956. I highly doubt that right now, because it's only at about 969, 970. But hey, it could deepen really quickly still, nonetheless. And look at how deep this gets. At landfall, 919 millibars. This is a catastrophic Category 4 hurricane with a very formative, intense wind field. This is 125, 130 knots. That's a low to mid to high grade Category 4 hurricane. And the most important areas right here, this is going to get very close to Steinhatchee. I will talk more about that in a second, because I got some surprises that you all are going to like. And then, of course, over Crawfordville, there is going to be some very strong hurricane force winds. And this makes landfall tomorrow right around about 8 o'clock, and right around the 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock hour tomorrow. And take note of this. Hurricane force winds over Georgia. Sustained hurricane force winds approaching that area. Wow, this is a big deal. Big deal. And that's 85 mile an hour winds, perhaps 90 mile an hour winds at landfall. That is devastating. With wind gusts at the 850 millibar level, that would support wind gusts well in excess of about 130 miles an hour over southern Georgia. The HMON model, as we look at that model right now, and I showed the class this, and they were very impressed on how well I explain things, and I hope I do very well explaining things, folks. You can let me know once we get to questions, because this is a very big, important discussion. And as we go forward here, you can see how intense this gets. 9:25, and it makes landfall again right around that same time. Crawfordville near the what is this? Forgot the island. St. Pete Island, or no, it's not St. Pete Island. Let's go to that really quickly. And I wanted to show you all the evacuation map here in a second. So this would approach St. George Island, Dog Island, Alligator Point over here as a formidable Category 4, maybe close to Category 5. You can see near Category 5 force winds there on the southern side. We'll see if that verifies. The HAVS-A model coming in also more realistic. I think this is more realistic. We're down to 970 millibars as of the latest Recon data. Again, the extrapolated pressure, 970. And as we go forward, this deepens pretty significantly down to about 940 millibars on the approach here to the Big Bend. And this would make landfall at around, say, 8 or 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Okay? So in the same spot, we're looking at the biggest impacts. And I wanted to make it clear as well. With this wind field, let me actually see. This is probably a more realistic scenario on this model run. So you can see winds here near hurricane force right along the coast here, butting up against the western coast of Florida, and then there is your hurricane force wind field. This is a very large system, and if you think that, there's no tropical storm force winds over Florida, you might think differently, because if we look at our 850 millibar winds, those are hurricane force winds. And why is this important? Because these could mix down to the surface, and we could have near hurricane force wind gusts over central Florida with more than likely tropical storm force winds in this given area. Okay. Now, what about the HAVS-B model? Let's go and back it up right about here. This is also a plausible scenario. Pressure on this one at this given time would be about 965 millibars, so only shy of about 5 millibars lower than what the last Recon mission found. And it does find roughly those hurricane force winds of about 85 miles an hour. So everything is panning out, unfortunately, as scheduled. And once we get into the overnight, and we're beginning to see that right now, watch this. Watch this closely, how explosive this gets. All right, this is 06Z. Look at that wind field, 90 knots. Let's go another frame. Look at this, 109 knots. One more frame, we're up to 115 knots. So by tomorrow morning, we could see a major hurricane, potentially a major hurricane when you wake up in the morning. And when I go live, we'll be looking at this, because I'm going to go live pretty early tomorrow. And look at what happens. Look at this. Winds go all the way up to about 130 knots or so. Look at this wind field. This is 924 millibars approaching the Steinhatchee, Alligator Point, Dog Island, including Crawfordville. By about that 02 time frame is where all of the models indicate where this is going to make landfall and when it's going to make landfall. We have a pretty good idea right now. It's going to be Thursday, late afternoon into the overnight or evening hours. All right, so let me bring up the evacuation map here for the evacuation zones because I did promise that. Since we have 3,000 people watching, this is amazing. Please like the stream and share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. And don't ever forget to also subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, because we will be live we're going to be live until midnight tonight, and we will be live all day tomorrow. I am planning probably one of the longest streams here on the YouTube channel in about a couple of years. We're going to be live at least for 12, maybe 13 or 14 hours to bring this live to you all with live cameras, that sort of thing. All right, so let's go to the evacuation zone map here. See if we got anything that is issued. And right now, actually, I'm sure there's evacuation orders in place at this given time. I'm pretty almost certain about it up here in the Big Bend. But please know your evacuation order, because in Lafayette County, I'm sure an evacuation order is in progress. So everyone that is under evacuation order or a watch of some sort, or I think it's advisory and then an order, please follow your local officials and local authorities. In fact, if we look at our traffic map, there's not much traffic, so maybe a lot of people have already evacuated throughout the day today down here, which is good. I'm really, really hoping that people are taking this seriously, because, I mean, storm surge is going to go well inland, possibly even over here in Athena in Florida. Okay, so that's what we're seeing. So now you're probably wondering, what are all these little hearts on your screen? Well, those are live cameras that we will be introducing in tomorrow's live stream. And the most important, and I asked the guy tonight in an email if I could use his live camera here to get some storm surge footage, and he said, go right ahead, go for it. And so we will be providing storm surge footage and hurricane force wind footage, because the center is going to be moving right in here, and so it is going to get awfully close to Steinhatchee near the eyewall, or probably getting the eyewall of the system. So we're going to have a network of cameras, probably about 8 or 9 of them tomorrow, including live recon data, live radar data, satellite data. It's going to probably be the best live stream that I have conducted since Barrel. All right, so again, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, this is the time to do so, because we are going to bring you all that information. All right. So here's a look at the latest satellite imagery, and there is definitely an eye forming on this. You can get an idea. Let me take away the recon data. Okay, and so I'm planning to go live as early as 7 in the morning tomorrow. Boy, I'm going to have to get up really early and go live. It's going to be a pretty stressful day, but we got this. We got this. And it's going to be a long day. It's just, yeah. So looking at the satellite data in 3D, I'm sure a lot of you guys like this very much. And wow, I'm telling you, pretty intense system tonight. I'm very sure right now the pressure is dropping at a little bit bigger rate, probably like 2 millibars per hour, maybe even 3 millibars per hour. We're starting to see that pressure drop. Okay, and so when we look at this, it is pretty significant right now. The deep convection wrapping all the way around. And when we look at this also from windy.com, yes, windy.com, we're also seeing something really similar. Yeah, look at this. There is the inner core structure, and it doesn't look like there's not much there. It's missing the northwestern side, but I'll tell you, that is getting much well defined, and this is on its way of becoming a major hurricane tonight. Thank you, the effect of becoming a tropical storm member of the YouTube channel. I do appreciate it very much. Here's a look at the infrared right now. We are seeing very cold cloud tops, and look at that center right there, negative 47. So it is warming up, and we are beginning to see this wrap all the way around, wrapping all the way around. And I'm not surprised right now if our winds did increase a little bit to at least probably about 95 to even 100 miles an hour. We are going to wait for the recon data to get out in there. They should be taking off here probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. Let me see the latest stats on that. Because, yeah, that's the job. That's my job, as bringing you all the latest information here in real time. Yeah, in 4 minutes, we're going to get an Air Force mission taking off. Okay, and we will bring you the latest information. Tiffany, thank you for becoming a Category 2 member. I do appreciate that very much. All right. Oh, one last thing also. Well, not really a last thing because I'll be here for a while, is the Storm Prediction Center. Because I wanted to kind of hasten down the tornado threat for tomorrow, and still going for a slight risk and an enhanced risk. Actually, more importantly, let's look at this from a radar omega perspective. So I'm going to get rid of this right here. So I'm going to disable this for a second, and we're going to look at the severe weather threat side of things tomorrow. So this is a look. Oh, and I need to get my alerts off. So let me take those off really quickly. And you can see here, Savannah, Georgia, Brunswick, under enhanced risk for severe weather. This is driven by a tornado risk. Thank you, Toro Verde, for the tropical storm member tier. I do appreciate all the memberships tonight, folks. It really does mean a lot to the channel. Interesting. The tornado risk is broken. It's broken. What in the heck is going on? Oh, wait, no. Hold on. That's for tomorrow. Sorry. I thought it was broken. I clicked on over here. So there's a look at the tornado threat. 10% tomorrow in the Savannah area, St. Mary's, Brunswick area, Jessup, as well as Haynesville, Glenville, Waycross, Statesboro in Georgia, Beaufort in South Carolina. The wind threat and the hail threat will be under about 5% or less tomorrow in these areas. So it's really driven mainly by a tornado threat tomorrow. Okay, tornado threat is the big story. And like I said, look at how much is under a, look at how many counties, big area under a hurricane warning, tropical storm warning. Man, I cannot believe this. What's up, Ethan? How are you doing? You want to join the live stream, brother? You want to join the live stream tonight? Because, yeah, this is unfolding really quickly. By the way, he is a hurricane severe weather expert, too. A very deep expertise in the hurricane field, tropical weather field, and the severe weather side of things. So, yeah, we're going to be watching this until midnight tonight, and then we'll be live again tomorrow. Let's go to satellite data. Let me figure this out. Okay. All right. Here is Ethan. Hey, Ethan. Hello.
Okay, hello?
Hello, brother. How's everything?
Hey, David, I am doing well, and good evening, everyone.
Yeah. So, Ethan, this is really organizing quickly now, for sure, at this point. We are seeing pressure drops of about 1 to 2 millibars per hour, possibly getting close to 3 millibars per hour.
Yeah, that is pretty substantial drop in pressure, and just look at the presentation that you're showing with the satellite there. You can see the spiraling cyclonic bands coming around that center of circulation. It is starting to take shape, and a lot of deep convection around that center as well.
Yeah. I cannot wait to see our 0Z runs tonight of what they're actually going to show us. This is really deep. Oh, yeah, look at this, Ethan. Very, very intense convection and lightning strikes popping up on this already. Lightning strikes. Shoot.
Oh yeah, that's an indicator of deep convection as well. We've talked about this before. Lightning is not something that we see a lot with hurricanes. I mean, this one is still, it has some more isolated convective elements, and it is more common during that phase. But with hurricanes in general, you don't see a whole lot of lightning around the center, unless you've got really deep convection, because that's extending into the mixed phase region of precipitation, and that allows that electrical charge to build up and the lightning to discharge.
Yeah, and just in the last few frames, this convection right here really blossoming. Look at that. Right in there, blossoming up like a volcano. Not like a volcano, but you get the idea. That eye is definitely forming in infrared satellite, not just invisible. We don't have visible because it's dark, but in infrared satellite imagery, it is showing up. And that has not been the case at all today. It was invisible, but not really in infrared. Tonight, it is in infrared, and you can see the 3D dimension on this system. Pretty incredible to see this. Jeez.
Yes, it absolutely is. We're seeing thermodynamic instability being released, and we're seeing the storm strengthening. CH asking, will this churn some tornadoes? Just want to briefly get to that question as well. We do have an enhanced risk of tornadoes. I believe David was getting to that a little bit ago before the map had a problem. That is going to be primarily centered over the southeastern part of Georgia toward coastal South Carolina, but we could have an isolated tornado threat anywhere in the central and northern Florida peninsula, especially extending toward the Carolina coast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a big thing with this. And Ethan, I mean, I'm going to read this to you. All right. While they are looking at satellite imagery really quickly, the words in their key points: catastrophic, deadly storm surge. The word deadly.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Deadly. The NHC is generous, usually conservative, but they use the word deadly storm surge, with storm surge up and over 20 feet. 20 feet.
Don't see predictions of storm surge like that very often, and that's a big driving factor for how the storm could end up being so devastating, is because of that incredible storm surge. Remember, the storm surge from Hurricane Katrina.
Oh my gosh.
And so,
hello?
20 feet is enormous.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, audio just cut it out again. My audio.
Okay.
My audio, not yours.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this. Oh my gosh. All right. You there?
Yeah, I am.
All right, it went out again.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking over some questions. Bradley Jackson asking what we could expect for Panama City, and I wanted to address that as well. Panama City is kind of on the border between tropical storm and hurricane warnings tonight. The path did shift a little bit westward, I believe, from what last night was, so we do have those hurricane warnings closer to Panama City than what we had before, but Panama City itself is not in a hurricane warning. It does have tropical storm warnings and tropical storm conditions expected, and storm surge-wise, you're looking at probably 1 to 3 feet possibly. So it's going to be impactful. It's going to storm surge, but not as bad as what you're going to see over toward the Big Bend area.
Sorry, you there, Ethan? This is not going to be a problem tonight with the sound card issue.
Is it your audio that's not working?
It's my audio tonight. It keeps on cutting out. It should be fine right now, but it just keeps on happening. It should be fine. Hold on, keep on
Okay.
talking. Keep on talking.
Yeah, so David is he's doing some adjustments here. Will Miami be okay? Miami looks to be in a comparatively better spot to this. You still have a lot of the peninsula that's going to be affected by tropical storm conditions. Um, I'm pulling up the map here. You do have tropical storm warnings all over the area, so tropical storm force winds, a couple tornadoes, some heavy rain. That's, entirely expected. Storm surge not going to be that much of a concern over there. We don't even have a listing for most of the east central and southeastern peninsula coastline. Storm surge is going to be a lot more focused on the western side. Tiffin, Georgia, tomorrow night. Scott Howell asks. Let me do a check on that. I look up a lot of places, and it's hard to keep up. Tipton, actually. Whoops. It's hard to keep up with some of these names. All these little towns. I know a bunch of little towns in Indiana and Ohio from storm chasing. Okay, Tiffin, Georgia. Tomorrow night, hurricane warning is in effect.
Ethan.
So, wind speed wise, it depends on how quickly this diminishes in intensity. But at that point, you're probably going to be seeing wind gusts probably over 70 to 90
All right.
miles per hour still. Sustained winds still of hurricane intensity.
All right, I am back. We might have a more serious problem with my computer, just a sound card. It's very hot. The computer is really hot, so that's why I opened the window in the back, and I'm hoping that will cool it off a little bit. So it seems like it does this when it gets really hot, because it wasn't doing this yesterday, and it was it was pretty warm yesterday, so.
That makes sense. It can do that.
Actually, I'm going to try plugging in the other headphones to see if it does it. Shouldn't, though. It should not.
Okay. Let's see. I did have a question about Perry, Florida, I believe. Perry, Florida, conditions are going to be very rough tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night.
All right, hold on, folks. Ethan, I will not be able to hear you right now until I switch my audio over to... Can you hear me? Hello? Hold on. Sorry, you all. We have a technical difficulty going on. We have a serious technical difficulty with the computer. Testing, can you hear me? Ethan? Testing? Nope. All right. Those headphones are not working. That adapter, that jack is not working. So all right, I'm back. Can you hear me? Ethan?
Testing? Hello?
Yep, now I can hear you. We're good.
And we're back.
Yep, we're back. We're good. We're good. So we are keeping an eye on this.
Okay.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this hurricane right now. It is quickly organizing. Sorry about the issue, folks, with the sound. I am looking into buying a new sound card. Actually, I figured it out, Ethan. I did talk to the computer technician that my sound card is defected, and it's actually cracked due to the excessive heat and wear and tear on it. So I'm looking into buying a new sound card, a graphics card, and a processor as well. Hopefully in November.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, hopefully that works out.
I can't believe I put so much wear and tear on the computer. I cannot believe it. It's incredible.
With all the weather forecasting you've done.
Just get a new computer, someone said. Yeah, they're not cheap. The cheapest one that I need to do for streaming and stuff is about $6,000. And I don't have $6,000, so sorry. Sorry. It's not like I can just buy one tomorrow, you know?
Right. You still there?
I'm here, yes. Continue talking.
All these live streams over the years, and after doing all the forecasting and all the work he's done, it has taken the toll. But we're working through these technical difficulties and still tracking the latest on the system. Let me know if you all can hear me.
I'm about to
Because
break
we
these
are having
headphones.
some issues.
I'm about to break these headphones right now. Or I'm about to break my computer.
That would not be ideal. We had a question about Pasco County, Florida, I believe. Just a little bit ago, not sure exactly who said it, Pasco County. So you've got tropical storm warnings in effect. So some gusty winds, very likely, gusts probably in excess of 45 miles an hour. Now, as you head toward the coast, storm surge becomes more of a concern. Areas north of Tampa Bay, you could have 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, but around the Tampa Bay area, most of that's going to be about 5 to 8 feet. So moderate storm surge, getting worse the farther north that you go.
All right, I'm back. I am perfectly fine. We're tracking this hurricane. Rather, the sound card issue continues or not. I put it into a different adapter, so hopefully that resolves the issue. So as we do track Hurricane Helene, again, we're getting a new recon mission out into the system as we speak, and let's see if they have updated it on Radar Omega. I am not surprised if the pressure's down. No, they have not updated it yet. They will be out there really soon, though. I bet you in about a few minutes they'll be taking off. And they are taking off right now. They are on their way out into the storm. What's up, Pat? How are you doing? Pat's Path Predictor. Let's get right into the weather.
Absolutely.
So we now have a new recon mission en route into the system, Ethan. How low do you think the pressure is, if you would guess?
Oh man, it's hard to tell. What's the latest?
970 millibars on the extrapolated.
Okay, yeah, I could see it going down into the upper 960s possibly.
Shoot, we have a tornado warning now in Everglades City in Florida. Breaking news, breaking news. Tornado warning now for Everglades City downstream near Ave Maria, under that tornado warning right now. So if you are downstream of this, please take shelter immediately. We have a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado was located over Everglades City, moving north at 35 miles an hour. And Ethan, this is just the beginning. We're already getting these outer bands moving into Florida.
Yes, indeed. And it's these outer bands that tend to be most prominent when it comes to tornadoes in these tropical cyclones. That's where we can get these relatively more discrete storm structures, and those are more conducive to tornadoes. Tonight, you are going to have a threat for that over southern parts of the Florida Peninsula, perhaps further north into the Central Peninsula as well. In fact, we do have a marginal risk extending through most of the state, I believe. And so there could be a couple isolated tornadoes. That risk increases tomorrow again as you head up toward the Georgia coast, South Carolina coast as well. So we're going to be seeing more tornado warnings, especially once we get into tomorrow. But if you're in the Florida Peninsula tonight, there is an isolated chance that you could get a couple of tornado warnings here and there.
Exactly. And that's what we're concerned about. Which, by the way, in Key West, Ethan, we're getting sustained winds near tropical storm force already. And this system is not even near Key West, so this is a pretty big wind field.
It is, and that's something that has me concerned about this because these really big cyclonic wind fields with these hurricanes, that is a big factor in building up storm surge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you guys are new to the stream, please give this a like. Sorry about the technical difficulties that we had earlier. Those have been resolved. So if you guys are new, hit the like button and share this with your family and friends on social media. Get this back up to 2,500 people watching so we can get the word out to even more people than what we have right now. The more people we get this out to, the more lives we could save, the more people that get the information and actually are able to take action accordingly. Wow, Ethan, we have more lightning strikes popping up in this system already. A couple more. Jeez.
Yeah, that convection is really getting tall.
See, that's right, there was lightning this morning. There was a lot of lightning on this system this morning near Cancun. Thank you, Meow, for the $2 donation. I do appreciate the super chat, so thank you very much. So again, we're tracking Hurricane Helene live on the channel. We should be getting our hurricane models in very soon. I think they're coming in. Not yet. Not yet. They'll probably start rendering here at about 10-something o'clock. In the meantime, though, we will bring you their live recon data. So this is all old shenanigans, so we will exit out of that. This is kind of old, but showing you the wind field earlier. Still really weak winds on the system as of this mission, but that more than likely has changed by now as we speak with an inner core structure that is forming. By the way, Ethan, some of the models still have this at a Category 2 hurricane approaching Georgia. It's incredible where that hurricane warning is. I mean, well inland.
Yeah, and that goes to show the strength of the system and the size of it. Larger and stronger hurricanes tend to weaken more slowly, and so that hurricane force wind field is expected to extend well inland into southern parts of Georgia, all the way up to the Macon area. We have hurricane warnings.
And here's a map looking at all the tropical storm warnings. I mean, like I said, almost 3 states entirely are drenched in a tropical storm warning. I mean, that's incredible. Thank you for the $2 donation, Last Second Sports. Thank you, Daffy, for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it very much. Like I said, because we're going to go live all day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a news day. 12 to 14-hour stream tomorrow, Ethan.
Yeah, absolutely. And to answer your questions here, Last Second Sports, Tampa, you're going to be seeing some rough conditions here. We discussed a little bit earlier. Tropical storm warning is in effect. I believe a hurricane watch as well. And so you're going to be seeing some high winds, probably some gusts above 50 miles an hour, maybe above 60 if this gets a little bit closer. and that's going to be producing some wind damage concerns. Heavy rain also very probable. Storm surge going to be pretty good too in Tampa Bay, 5 to 8 feet possible, and that is going to probably mainly be through tomorrow afternoon to tomorrow evening. Once we get into the nighttime hours, the system should be heading a bit north. We're still going to have onshore flow, but the wind should gradually start to diminish at that point.
Yeah.
And our other super chat donation was Inverness, Florida. So to answer that, we've got Hurricane Watch, tropical storm warning in effect. So already seeing those conditions. That is a little more northward from what we were looking at with Tampa Bay. So as you head toward the coastline, significant storm surge is going to become a concern. You're going to be looking at 5 to 10 feet being possible, maybe even a bit higher in some locations. But Inverness, pretty well inland. You're looking okay in that regard. You're probably going to be seeing some high winds, though. Probably gusts that are, again, above 50 to maybe 60 miles per hour in some instances. Depending on how close this comes. If it comes a little bit closer, that wind field's going to come more directly over you, and things will be a little bit stronger.
This is, yeah, but it really doesn't matter at this time. A mile difference does make the difference, but like seriously, this wind field on this system is so freaking big, Ethan. It's no joke. It will swallow up Florida without a problem with tropical storm force winds. It's incredible. A whole entire state being swallowed by tropical storm to hurricane force winds. Man.
Yeah, that is definitely, it's amazing from a meteorological perspective, but scary from another perspective, and that's why we're providing you all with this information, is because we want to give you as much information as we can to help you all to understand what this is doing minute by minute, to understand the hazards that this poses, and to see how things go in various different facets of this storm as it progresses.
Yeah. And the rainfall forecast, Ethan, is not looking good at all. For those viewers that are just tuning in, here's a look at the rainfall forecast from the NAM. And the Appalachians, Ethan, I am not joking when I say this. Some of the Appalachians in a 48-hour period, could get almost 30 to 40 inches of rainfall.
Man, I think that's something that is being overlooked by some people. I know there's a lot of focus on the storm surge and the wind, which are both extreme too. But Friday, especially as we head inland further in the southern Appalachians, this is going to be a really concerning flood threat. You're going to be seeing some widespread flash flooding concerns, possibly even mudslide problems as you head up into those mountainous areas, because you've got a lot of rain and you've got the compounding effect of orographic lifting. That tends to increase the precipitation rate, and within this very moist tropical air mass, cause some problems.
Big problems. I mean, all the models show significant amount of rain over there. Yeah, here's the look at the Appalachians. Let's actually go to South Carolina to show you that. Here's a look at the NAM. By the way, thank you for the $20 donation. And Conspiracy Theory, I think that's the full name right there, or Theor, toward your new computer. Honestly, I really don't want a new computer. I do not want to be spending no $6,000, but thank you anyway. Thank you anyway. How about Ocala and Kissimmee, Florida, I'm guessing, right? How about those areas? Kissimmee. Yeah. Thank you both for the info. Yeah, for that area, you're looking at anywhere between, well, depending on what model you look at, I'm going to use the European Ensemble forecast. In this case, you're actually, you know what? No, I'm going to use the GEFS. Or, let's see, or the National, yeah, looking at the Weather Prediction Center, yeah, for those areas, you're only looking at about 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. But the majority of the rainfall is going to accumulate over Georgia, which, by the way, Ethan, Atlanta, Georgia could get close of getting a foot of rainfall out of this storm, out of this hurricane, a foot of rainfall in a metropolitan area.
Oh yeah, that is definitely a concern, and so that's why I want everyone here to not overlook that flooding threat, because that's going to be a big story as we head further inland toward northern Georgia, the mountainous areas in North Carolina as well, over toward the Tennessee border perhaps even. That's going to be a big story.
Thank you, J&A Adventures, for the $50 donation. Thank you for the coverage, David. You are the best. I do appreciate that very much. I try to be the best. I can't be the best out there. I'm sure there's someone better than me. But hey, thank you anyways. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that very much. And I will be live here until about midnight tonight, and then I'm getting my butt up early in the morning, and we are going to work for not 24 hours, almost pretty much said that, but for at least 14 hours, maybe 12 to 14 hour stream. Because I did promise that we go live at least about 12 to 15 hours before landfall. But the timing of this landfall is only going to allow me to go live for at least 12 hours tomorrow, which is long enough. That's a long day. And like I said, we will be looking at cameras, and there are a bunch of cameras, Ethan, and I did get permission through the board for that, and we're going to be covering this. It's going to be scary, but we're going to give a lot of people information. Steinhatchee camera, we'll view that really quickly. This will be one of the more famous cameras tomorrow on the stream. So if I back this out, this is a look at it from earlier today, and I did ask the guy if I could use this camera, and he said absolutely. So this is the water. There's the boat ramp, and this is going to look a lot different tomorrow. The storm surge, we're going to be able to see storm surge, strong winds, that sort of thing as this moves on through. We also got other cameras out of Tampa and other areas. So yeah, that's one of the more famous ones that we will be looking at for the majority of the stream, though, because it's right in the crosshairs, Ethan. The Eyewall could pass over that area, and there's a live camera that I just showed you all.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be really providing some extensive coverage there. So you're going to be seeing the ground level impacts of it as it's happening.
And that's why I'm going to go live earlier in the morning, because actually, let me see what the winds are going to look like and what the storm surge is going to look like too, because yeah, if we go live at like say 7 in the morning over Steinhatchee, it's going to be all offshore flow, and then by like say 6 p.m. the wind is really going to pick up, and then yeah, if the camera stays up and running, we're going to get some serious storm surge, really serious storm surge in the Steinhatchee area. So, yeah. I'm pretty concerned about this. I really am, and I cannot even imagine what this is going to look like when Recon is out there in a little bit. Okay, Ethan, we are getting negative 132 degree cloud tops on this center now. Negative 132 degree cloud tops. Hello? You will be right back. So, yeah. Big system. Big, strong hurricane. Going to be developing rapidly tonight. More lightning strikes popping up with this. You can see these little T marks. That is lightning strikes in real time. And we're going to get you recon data right now. Hello, you're back.
Yes, I am.
Was that the internet?
Oh, that was, I had to talk to someone.
Oh, okay.
And I wanted to clarify here too for you, David, and for the people here in the chat, is I'm not going to be on too long tonight because I do have some prior engagements I have to do, get things ready tonight as well. But I am going to be on the stream tomorrow, so you will be seeing me again.
Sweet. And I'm going to be starting up at about 7 or 8 in the morning. It's going to be a long day. Long day. And I have to follow through with my promise. I promised you all that we are going to go live up to 12 to 15 hours before a landfall occurs. So if it makes landfall at about 8 at night, we will be going live at about 8 in the morning. So, and the thing is, my grandma wants me to help her do yard work tomorrow. And so I'm like, I told her that you had to tell me this already. I would love to help you, but I got my plans all ready to go live. So I don't know how that's going to work out. But I do love you guys tonight. I want to say thank you guys for tuning in. We have 2,100 people watching, and the donations and the support, really awesome. So thank you all for supporting me the last few days. This has not been easy, including a live stream this morning, a live stream tonight. I have not slept very well. In fact, I only slept an hour last night. An hour. Ethan, I cannot wait until this is over, this hurricane. Because boy, oh boy, I am going to be like, I get to sleep better.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's going to be, a lot of people are going to be relieved when this is over, but a lot of people in the recovery phase at that point, unfortunately. But we're going to provide that information up through it happening so that we can get the latest news on it and to understand what's going on with it. I did get a question here from Angela Commander, one of our cool moderators here. Asked to update everyone about the Georgia and South Carolina area. And to that I would say, tornado-wise, you're going to be looking at an enhanced potential for tornadoes tomorrow afternoon, specifically as you get closer to the coast. But anywhere in these areas, you're going to be seeing some chances for tornadoes. We do have a 10% risk by the SPC, so in these banding features, you might end up with several tornado warnings over a given area, and they could pop up pretty quickly. Primarily centered over Georgia at the moment, but wherever the banding feature sets up, and that could shift into South Carolina a bit, that's something you might need to consider as well. On the wind side of things, southern Georgia, as David mentioned, lots of hurricane warnings. So we're probably still going to be seeing that hurricane force wind field extend into southern parts of Georgia once we get into tomorrow evening. And there's going to be really rough conditions, especially from Macon southward. The winds are going to be very strong, probably gusting above 70 to 80, maybe 90 to 100 miles an hour in some cases. So a lot of wind damage from that. South Carolina, the winds at that point probably tropical storm force, and so not as much of a concern. Rainfall is going to be a big concern over there as well. Well, I guess first I should say on the storm surge side of things, probably just 1 to 3 feet, and that's mainly from the northeastern coast of Florida, I should say, along the Georgia coast to about the central South Carolina coast. 1 to 3 feet of surge being possible as the system moves by. On the rain side of things, though, lots of heavy rain. We could end up with, especially the further west you go, several inches as the system moves up through the area, and that's going to be Thursday night through Friday, and that's pretty fitting with some of these alerts that we have. The SP or the Weather Prediction Center giving some areas here. My map is not loading.
All right. Really quickly, let me interrupt really quickly. $5
Yes.
donation says, please help Grandma. Everyone who wants to help Grandma, put Grandma emoji in the chat. I know I want to help my grandma too, but I got to keep you guys updated too. So I will work something out. It will be fine. All right, it'll be fine. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, you got me?
Yeah.
Sure, everything was good. Yeah, just to address some of the last stuff for Georgia and South Carolina, a lot of rainfall concern with this. Several inches of rain. Some places could see over 6 to even 12 inches in more isolated areas above those amounts. As David mentioned, double-digit totals, and that's going to be a lot of Georgia with a moderate risk of excessive rainfall into western South Carolina. It diminishes a little bit more as you head toward the coast, but then once we get toward the mountainous areas in northern Georgia and far western South Carolina, at that point, a high risk of excessive rainfall is in place, and we're going to be seeing a lot of flash flooding concerns and a lot of potential for impacts related to that. Possibly roads washed out, mudslides, whatever happens to the more flood-prone areas in that location.
Exactly. And here's a look at the rainfall forecast throughout these areas in a 23-hour period, 24-hour period at least, looking at a lot of that rain. Yeah, so, yeah, it's going to be a big flood threat. Big flood threat. But back to the wind thing, Ethan, I wanted to show you this. 5,000-foot level winds moving over Georgia. Actually, in southern Georgia, this is from the NAM model. I don't know if this is believable. You probably could answer that really well. But 500 millibar winds, or not 500 millibar, 850 millibar winds at 5,000 feet. Again, some of this could mix down to the surface. 157 to 160 miles an hour over Valdosta in southern Georgia, Ethan, by 10 p.m. on Thursday.
Wow. Yeah, that's strong. I mean, the NAM does overdo things sometimes, especially once you get to the smaller spatial scales of resolution. But, I mean, with this hurricane, we're going to be seeing some really strong and impressive wind fields. So it's a possibility that we get up towards some of those values anyway. And that's why this hurricane force wind field is going to extend into southern Georgia.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Which, by the way, Ethan, it's not really on the NAM model, but estimating wind gust potential along the Big Bend there, like near Steinhatchee Perry, wind gusts could approach 155, about 160 to 180 miles an hour with this, as this moves on shore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Thank you, Juggernaut, for the $20 donation. Actually, that's my mom. Hey, Mom. How are you doing, sweetie? My mom.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I was thinking about you. I was talking to my grandma about Ocala, Florida, and yeah, you're right there on the border of a hurricane warning. I mean, a county away, you're under a hurricane warning. And then you should be fine, but, you know, you got to take everything seriously with the hurricane warning, tropical storm warning. You're going to see wind gusts over 75 to maybe 80 miles an hour. Actually, if we go and look at the H-Wharf model, let's go over, oops, come on. And she says, hey, son, I'm here. Ocala's quiet for now, but we are under a hurricane and tropical storm warnings. Depending on where people live within the county, we also have an elevated risk of tornadoes tomorrow. Oh, yeah, Ethan, Ocala, Florida has a risk of tornadoes, too.
Yeah, a more isolated chance of tornadoes, but you could get some, especially depending on where the banding feature is set up. That is possible.
And actually, you could explain to my mom, why are we going to see tornadoes in Ocala tomorrow? A potential tornado threat.
Yeah, most of that tornado threat is going to be being driven again by the wind shear that's generated by these really incredibly strong wind fields. That's producing a lot of vorticity, as shown by the elongation in the low-level wind profiles. But also, we're going to be seeing pockets of destabilization. 0 to 3 kilometer, that's the lowest level in the atmosphere cape, is going to be on the order, in some places, of 50 to 100 joules, a bit higher, especially as you head up toward the coastal Georgia area. And so once you get that combination of instability and the wind shear, where these banding features come through, we could get a couple of isolated supercells with rotation, and those could produce a few tornadoes, especially because the environment is so moist. If you're looking at Ocala, you do have a slight risk of tornadoes, I believe, in that area, and it does increase as you get further to the north. But keep that in mind through probably tomorrow morning into tomorrow evening, that is going to be a possibility.
Geez, yeah. Yeah, Juggernaut, please make sure you have a plan in place. Every hurricane's different. Every hurricane's different. Because I know we've talked before, and you would say, we don't really get it bad here because we're more inland, but that doesn't mean you won't get it bad this time. Of course, you're not going to get it as bad as, say, Steinhatchee, Florida. That's for sure. Steinhatchee may not be there after this storm moves through. Which, by the way, Ethan, the H-Wharf in miles per hour has winds at landfall between 150 to 160 miles an hour. So that would be Category 5 intensity.
Yeah, I mean, we are expecting at this point a Category 4, and I suppose you can't rule out a small chance.
Hello? Hello? And he'll be back. He'll be back shortly. So, when looking at the Haves B forecast, this is not the latest model run right now, but it is showing. I want you all to really pay attention to this. Now, I'm not saying this will happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Probably unlikely, but the ceiling for this is really high. And as we look, there it is in miles per hour, 160.5 miles an hour. That max, where it says max, 160 miles an hour on this plot with wind gusts near 200 miles an hour. Almost 200 mile an hour wind gusts. That is incredible. Mic issue? Okay. So, hey mom, I hope you're watching. Maybe you're going to bed. Long day. Oh, our 0Z models are coming in. 0Z hurricane models are coming in right now. Here we go. 0Z runs are rendering. Beginning to render. Not on tropical tidbits yet, but they are beginning to render. Right now, 0Z initialization. And did pretty good. Same intensity on this. So, quite impressive. Quite impressive. Interesting. 966 on the initialization. Interesting. It's actually deeper on the initialization. It's not weaker. This is definitely deepening, though. This is totally deepening. There is your eye-like feature trying to work its way out. Trying to pop out. So the system is initialization or initializing. Initialize. Can't even talk. It's initialize. Man. Initialization, or it's initializing. There we go. Tongue twister worked its way out of my mouth finally. A little stronger. And we got Recon. We've got Recon on our side to protect us because they're going to go out there, and they're actually on their way out there right now. They are here, and the storm is here, so they're going to get in there really soon. I said 965 in games 2K. So my question is, I wonder if the surface pressure is off a little bit on the Recon data, because if it initialized that strong, I'm really wondering if it is that strong actually, and the plane just didn't get the pressure reading. It is weaker on this run though. So it's 942.
Okay.
Hello. So it is weaker by a little bit, only by a few millibars. It's still 948 on the last run. It was 943 millibars. So it's a few millibars weaker on this run, but still showing generally the same thing on this, that the pressure is going to deepen. And who knows, it might be lower than 9. Because right now it's supposed to be 961. If it's 960, then it's ahead. It's ahead of the ball game. So we will see. We will see. Interesting that the wind field is a little larger than a couple of runs ago when it wasn't. What's up, Andrew? Providence?
Yeah,
Or
it's
Providence?
going to be... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's going to be a big wind field. And I want to give the... I want to tell the audience here, David and I were not, like, cutting each other off or anything. It's that there's a little bit of a delay in our audio, so we're not exactly hearing each other at the exact same time.
No. So, we're going to have to really see how this runs through. Because, if it's stronger or as strong, then whatever the system's doing is on par with this still to become a Cat 4 hurricane. We will see from our models. They are slowly beginning to render. Slowly. Not in tropical tidbits means so.
Indeed.
We have... Oh, Halves B is coming in right now. What? How is a Halves B already up to 24 hours out? And it's a lot weaker, so it makes landfall at a Category 4 hurricane. So still, a devastating hurricane is expected.
That's absolutely the key.
So, 937 at landfall. 937, and it is further to the east on this run, and it is closer to Steinhatchee, so that's where the camera is, and wow, we're going to get probably the worst storm surge on that camera. If the power stays up, it's going to be pretty stinking crazy. It's going to be wild.
Indeed it is. We're going to be providing a lot of information on this, you, David, tonight and tomorrow as well, and I'm going to join you back tomorrow. But I do have to be headed out for the night right now. As said, I will be joining the stream tomorrow. I do plan on joining for a first segment probably at around 11:15 to 11:20 a.m. my time, so it's going to be 8:15 to 8, depending on when you start, David.
I'm going to start between about
8:15 to 8:20 your time.
Yeah, I'm going to start between 7:30 to 8:30ish.
Okay. So yeah, I should be there for a little bit, stay on for probably about an hour and a half or so. Then I gotta get some work done. And then in the evening, I will be back on to see how this thing goes as it makes landfall.
Sounds good.
Okay, but until then, you all stay safe. Hear what David's talking about here, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Ethan. Thank you for tuning in tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good night, everyone.
Hey, Ezzy on the Discord. I'll let you know tonight when once I'm done with my stream. But yeah, we are going to be live. If you guys are new to the channel and you really like these live updates, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It really helps out a lot. I just realized, I think someone typed it up in the chat. Maybe it was someone else. I don't know who. Said I'm at 29,100 subscribers. So thank you all for just showing your support, liking, sharing, subscribing, and hitting the bell notification icon, because this is a big hurricane, a very strong one, and we are going to provide you some recon mission data tonight as they go out there, and they are on their way. They are literally right here, and they don't have much further to go. And this will be put into those newer models to see exactly how this is going to intensify. So again, you guys are new, share, like, and subscribe, and hit the bell notification icon to get all my updates, because I'm promoting it too. We are going to be live tomorrow for 12 plus hours on Hurricane Helene. Actually today for Eastern time, people, until it makes landfall. That's for sure. Until it makes landfall. I do have a Discord. I will probably promote that tomorrow. I'm not going to really promote that tonight. But I do have a Discord. Actually, there's a link in the description of this live stream to the Discord server if you all want to participate. So, yeah. But in the meantime, we are monitoring Hurricane Helene right here. This is a look at 3D, and look at these deep convective towers really popping up, really blowing up right now with a couple of lightning strikes that were initialized. And this is an indication that the system is intensifying at a pretty big rate. I'm very sure right now we are seeing the pressure a lot lower. Thank you for the $10 donation. Really have enjoyed you the past week or so. Land of Lakes, Florida here. Fully expecting more Eastern track. Upping, surge, Tampa area. Not a Tampa landfall. Just more effects as a result. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too, members of Jesus. That if this continues to shift slightly east, then yes, the storm surge could be a little higher by about a foot or so. But pretty much set in stone now, about 5 to 8, 5 to 9 feet is what we're thinking right now. But I really want to cover the key points once again, is that there is a risk for catastrophic and deadly storm surge with this. And the NHC does not use very light wording at all. I could actually take off the headphones since I don't need them. But the words, I mean, that they use here, deadly, catastrophic, unsurvivable. Well, they didn't really use unsurvivable, but boy, either way you put it, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. And all of our hurricane, well, our early stage of models that are coming in right now are showing that this is going to be pretty intense. Halves A has trended a little stronger in this model run with the pressure, and the wind field has actually continued to expand with each progressive model run. So this is still going to definitely be a Category 4 at landfall is what we're thinking right now. The Category 4 at landfall. And tropical storm force winds are certainly expected to be pretty significant. But we are live here watching this in real time with those models coming in. The halves A and the halves B are both rendering right now. And so we will give you that information. And we will see what the halves A does with this towards the end of the model run. Because this was making landfall about 940 millibars. We will see if that actually comes to pass, or if this is a little over the top. But given the fact that the system is doing quite well tonight, with all that deep convection that is really starting to infiltrate, we even got deep convection right here popping up just to the south, right in here, indicates that this system is fighting. And geez Louise, that deep convection right there. I definitely think it has intensified a little bit. Definitely in terms of recon data. And here's the recon data right now. So, should be updated. Should have updated by now. Oh no, we're on par. Should update here in a couple of minutes. And once it does, it's going to be a little closer. And it's going to get closer. And it's going to get closer. And we will be providing you the information. I'm actually going to get my Word document out. And I'm going to log the... I'm going to log in the flight number and everything. And we're going to... This is important information. I mean, I'm taking this pretty seriously. So mission 309 again. 309. And it's, what number is it? Let's see. 1409. 1409. A. And then they're going to be out there. 06Z is their fixed time, I'm assuming. So about 11 o'clock my time. And they're going to be out there for... till probably even... till about 10 Zulu time, I think. And this is 9/26 and 2024. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to be logging down the pass times on if the pressure has fallen from the mission earlier today. Yes, I am that specific. And I will let you all know. This is what we got so far in the mission that was conducted earlier. So the first pass is 974. That's the extrapolated. It's different with a buoy, with a drop zone. But we can get an idea. 974, 973, 971, 970. So there was a drop or a drop in pressure through all four passes. And we will see if there is an additional, if this is a lot lower than 970 millibars. I'm probably guessing it is. So, yeah, I'm taking this seriously. I mean, I am keeping records of all of this. I don't know yet until we get Recon in there. Until we get Recon. The last time they were in there was... Last time they were in there was about 7 o'clock my time. So 7, so 8, 9, 10, 11. No, actually 3 hourly. So is 8 o'clock, right? It was about 8 o'clock is when they left. Thank you, Brandon, for the $5 donation. Brandon Romnek, pretty close to hurricane force wind at landfall. Well, not at landfall, over the Atlanta, Georgia area. Let me show you the latest run. Thank you, The Guardian 1, for the $20 donation tonight. So the halves A is weaker. Wait, hold on. It is not weaker. It is stronger by 2 millibars. 2 millibars, and winds still supporting that of about a major Category 3 hurricane. Not as strong as the last run, but still, yeah. So, a little lower on this run, but the wind field is not as strong, which is interesting because I think it is going to get stronger. So, this is showing actually now Atlanta, Georgia would get northwesterly winds on this run. We're waiting for the 0Z to make landfall, though. It has not on this forecast just yet. How wide is it? In West Orlando, just rain and wind. Yes, Chris. And maybe some storm surge depending on how far to the west you are out of Orlando, Florida. Oh yeah, you're over here. So Central Florida, you're likely to just get tropical storm force winds. Now over these lake areas, it's more in the open, so you would likely get stronger, localized, much stronger winds. And then say over like populated areas, tall buildings will likely lead to a lot of frictional slow of the wind. But either way, you're going to get some tropical storm force winds and some pretty intense rain bands at times. But the majority of the worst case scenario will be off towards the west. All right, this makes landfall at 942 millibars. So it is weaker in this run, and the models have been trending weaker in the last few. So good news tonight. It looks like this will be a high in Category 3, low in Category 4, but don't reverse your preparations. This could overperform than what the models are showing. It's based on now casting it. And in fact, right now, the HMON has trended a little weaker as well. We will see on the HWRF on what it does. But we don't have any new data in yet on that. But right now it's looking pretty strong on the HMON as well. Check GFS. GFS has also trended weaker as well. Oh wait, no. 0Z GFS is coming in. That is incredible. It actually trended a lot stronger. The last run was at 959 millibars. Now it's at 949 millibars. Really interesting that it did that. That's a big drop in pressure, actually, before landfall. And that would be tropical storm force winds. Yeah, that is a significant system. And then it wants another system, believe it or not. GFS days, I'll tell you, GFS days. But still watching the Western Atlantic. So that's that model. Which, by the way, we have Tropical Storm Isaac out there, so that's going to rack up some ace points. Probably not a whole lot of ace points since it's a tropical storm, but hey, it's another name out on the list of named storms, and now whatever comes off of Africa and develops would be Joyce, and then what comes on after that would be another name. See, we're not done. We're not done. This is our third named storm. Yeah, third or fourth, right? Third or fourth named storm of September. Are we in a La Nina right now? Most likely we are. I haven't looked at that in like a couple of weeks. Maybe you guys know more information about if we are in a La Nina. But the pattern has definitely changed for a more of an active one. But I hope you all are doing great. I hope you all are enjoying the live stream. If you all are, Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for latest updates, live coverage on this. We will be going live tomorrow at about 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, and it will be an all-day stream. I will not go to church tomorrow. I am not going to church tomorrow because of this, because this is looking that serious. Looking that serious. New report is when? On what? The Recon mission? Well, we're getting that data in right now. So this is... Yeah, this just updated. So this is getting a lot closer. So probably in about 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Actually, in 50 minutes, they will be in the center. They will be getting that center. Is it actually moving east? Right now, it looks like it is. And well, it's really hard to tell because this is wobbling around because of the formative stage of this. But if this is where the center actually is, it looks like that's where it would be. It's somewhere right here. It's moving more east-northeast, north-northeast. So it's moving kind of this way. So I'm going to put a vector. It's moving kind of that way towards the Big Bend. And I bet you the pressure is lower on this. David, that small depression above the gap. Yeah, that's the eye. Yeah, it looks like that is the eye right there. Yep. That might be something forming. This is in the early stages, though. But yeah, this is a 3D dimensional. I hope you all like this. What's up, Ezzy? I think you're the one that followed me on or messaged me on Discord. I will talk to you briefly tonight after the stream, but I need to get to bed. Once we get this first or second pass in, actually we'll do 2 passes because they're 1 hourly fixes. So, and then I'm gonna, because if not, I'm gonna be really tired tomorrow, and I don't want to be tired for my stream. Because we are going to be live all day tomorrow. All day long. The landfall tomorrow is expected to be around 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time through about maybe 11. Yeah, wait. Yeah, I would say about 8 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock through about 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow night. In Eastern Daylight Time is when the center is forecasted to make landfall. So about less than 24 hours from now. Is it speeding up yet? Well, let me check the NHC because... Excuse me. That's the 3rd time I've sneezed on a stream. It is moving at 9 miles per hour to the north. As of the latest advisory. So it is moving at 9 miles per hour. Thank you so much. Lucky Minute. Thank you all for liking the stream. 1,200 likes on this. Almost. Jeez Louise. So thank you all. 51 minutes until the update. Yes, which will be timed with the new Recon data. This will be the intermediate advisory, though. This will be the 2 a.m. advisory. Yep, they just updated. They just updated as we speak. And they are right here. They are right here as of about a minute ago. So another 50 more minutes, they will be in the storm. Thank you so much, Chase. Yes, the Reaper. Because I'm awesome. Because I'm awesome. We lost 3 hours with the slowdown, more time in the Gulf. What do you mean we lost the slowdown, more time in the Gulf? No, this is going to make landfall around tomorrow evening, tomorrow night in the Big Bend of Florida. Pretty certain at that time. We'll see, though, what the missions do tonight to see if it did speed up. It looks like it is really moving slowly, though. It does not look like it's on the move much at all. If it's moving about 8 or 9 miles an hour, though. It's moving at a general pace for an average hurricane. No, sugar. A ground speed of 9 miles per hour right now. So it is not moving very fast. Sorry about that, next to Null. I'm sorry if my sneeze sounded way too loud. Oh, by the way, folks, I got my new smartphone today. Nice and smooth. The transitions are good. I'm loving my new smartphone. I'm loving it. And guess what? I wanted to show you something really quick too, since you all are here watching. So remember how I told you that I did a update today in front of the Promethean board, which is a touch screen. Well, hold on. This is me tonight. Doing a test run. Okay, I wanted to show you guys this really quickly. I know I'm going to try this out for the channel where I actually go up there and point and draw, and you guys actually get to see me in one full swing, and then I would have to come home and edit this out. I'll have to figure out on how to do that, but so, yeah, I'm actually going to be able to go up there and draw and annotate, just like I do here. But the only thing about that is I will only be able to do that style of videos when school is in session, okay? So next week, we're off for 2 weeks, so I won't be able to do that. That gives me time to buy a mic. I'm going to have to buy a little mic and put it up, or maybe get an adapter to figure something out with that. But I'll be able to actually look at what I'm pointing at instead of... Pretty cool. The satellite view is very terrifying. Yes, I agree. It is really terrifying. Get a selfie stick. No, I'm going to use a tripod. I got the tripod already. I just need a mic that has good audio that I can connect it into my phone. And so that way I don't sound like echoey. My audio doesn't sound bad at all. I need to get one off of Amazon that is compatible with the iPhone 16 Pro Max, though. Has the eye been closed up yet? It is starting to show signs of that. Right now. It is starting to show signs of closing up. We have a new burst of deep convection right here on the southern end of the storm. It is starting to look like that, though, that it's definitely... We'll see what the Recon finds to see if it is open up. I wish we had radar data to show you all, but we don't tonight. This is in the middle of the... Well, actually, we do on windy.com, but it is not the best radar view of the system. Now, it doesn't look like it's getting much at all, but you got to understand this is half gone. It's like smushed in half, so the radar doesn't go out that far. I'm sure we are seeing a closed inner core structure. Very much so. Audio? My audio? Breaking up? My audio's breaking up? Really? Maybe it's your internet. Maybe your internet might be the problem. But I'm absolutely loving my new phone. I really like it. iPhone 16 Pro Max. And actually you can tell the difference by a little bit. If I put these side by side, you can see that, let's see. You can see one is a little bit bigger. This is my old phone. This is my new phone. And it is a little bit bigger, just a little bit. But not by much. But hey, a little bit goes a long way. I still have to figure out the artificial intelligence, the AI. I've not been able to figure that out yet on the new phone. Okay, let me check my audio. Okay, 1, 2, test. I'm literally done with these audio problems. Okay, I'm using that microphone just perfectly fine, so it should be not that. All right, I'm just making sure. I'm going to listen. People are still complaining that it's... Let me mute. I gotta wait for the ads to end. Then. One, two, test. Audio test. 1, 2, test. Okay. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. So, yeah, there's no issues. What's up, Ava Light? How are you doing? What's up, Tiffany? What's up, Woman of God United? How are you doing? What's up, Lit? What's up, TP? What's up, Jamie B? How are you? What's up, Brett? Tornado warning. Yes, this tornado warning near Everglades City. It's been there for quite a while. Does continue there. But the system looks like it's changing itself a little bit in its structure. It's becoming more centralized, it looks like. More like a dense CDO. So we will see how this reflects with the aircraft data that we're about to get in that center. If the system is indeed strengthening or not. So, I think they're descending. Yep, they are beginning to descend. So that's going to be important for the mission. And they are approaching, sort of making the turn right here. Yeah, they're flying right into there. So that's... Yep. The center is like right over here then. Because by the time they get there, the center should be... Yeah, it looks like the center is moving pretty quickly now to the north. The center's right here. It's not over here anymore. It looked like it was. Now it's forming right here. Is where we have it. You're very welcome, Jamie. I appreciate it. What's up, Lori Martin? How are you? Yeah, I'm not using the 3D for right now. That way I could navigate this a little easier. But they are... We'll get a new update here soon. And once we get that, they should be somewhere over here. And we are going to start finding tropical storm force winds. They are not finding that right now. But don't let that fool you. They are going to be in the storm quite soon. Eyewall still kind of ugly. As in probably a really bad way. It's down here. It's got a long way to go. This actually has, let's see. Oops. This has a, oh my goodness. Why are we not working on us tonight? So this has about another almost 500 miles to go before it makes landfall. Actually about 450 miles. So if it moves at 10 miles per hour, so 10 miles per hour times another 18 hours equals 100. That's not right. It's going to have to speed up a lot. So 15 times 18. It's going to have to move even faster. 20 times 18 equals 360. Wow. It's going to have to really speed up. Because actually it has another 20-ish hours to go. But that is definitely compact. Maybe an inner core is trying to form out of this. That looks to be where the center is. Right there. It's a beast of a storm. I do agree. It is definitely a beast of a storm. What's up, Juggernaut? I'm going to try and grab some Z's while I can. It's still very, very calm and quiet here in Ocala. So I'm going to be thankful for that blessing. Blessings to you all and stay safe. Thank you, Mom, for tuning in to tonight's stream. Calm before the storm, because by tomorrow the winds are going to start picking up. And again, you are under a very close of being in a hurricane warning. Hurricane warning and a tropical storm warning. You're like on the border. Let's see what our hurricane models are showing. Our latest 0Z model run. Not as strong as the last run, but still wants us down to 932 millibars. Which is probably an outlier scenario. Well, actually, it's possible. We'll see what that plane finds. If it's down to 960 millibars, who knows? Who knows? 932. And the H-Mon has come in all the way. Whoa! Oh, wait, no, that's the 18Z run. I was going to say for a second, wow. If that was the worst, that would have been bad. Still showing something big, though. 932 millibars at landfall. Not as strong as the last run, though. And it did shift a little bit. It shifted to the west on this run. With hurricane force winds. Actually, this would be near a Category 4 intensity up until landfall. So, we're still looking at a Cat 4, unfortunately, on our latest hurricane models. So not much has changed with the expectation with this storm at all. That this is still expected to be a formidable system. Interesting that the deep convection has waned away a little bit, though. It's not as aggressive as it looked like earlier. We'll see if that changes tonight, though. 30 minutes from now, D-Max should really start picking up. You know, there could be more drier air infiltrating into the system. Yeah, I was just ready to say that. Seems like another dry slot has developed. But the system looks to be doing pretty good, though. Otherwise, thank you, James. I do appreciate it so much. But by the way, if you guys are new and you like this stream, please subscribe. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. And boy, it's going to be a long day tomorrow. A long day. Or today, I should say. Today for you guys in the East Coast. I hope I can make it through. I hope I can make it through. All right, tropical storm force winds are definitely picking up right now on this aircraft. They're down to 994 millibars. So the pressure has dropped in their latest one. Looking at 991 millibars. And they are not even in the center yet. So we will see if this has indeed strengthened. But if we look at the latest or the previous recon missions, though, it looks like the wind field might have gone more compacted. Let me see in the previous missions. Yeah, it seems like it might be a little bit more compact because they're making this as their fix that they're beginning to see, and they're not that far out from the center. So I think this has gone a little bit more compacted. Yeah, definitely a lot more than it was earlier. Oops, and I did not mean to close that out. Gotta reopen it again. Because the last mission from that same aircraft yeah, see, I think it's more compact. It's a little bit more compact. Because they're at that beginning there, they barely found tropical depression force winds. And they're already, and I mean this is gonna be deeper because they have to go here, and the system is yeah, I think it's compact. I think is what I think. If it's compact, it's definitely a little stronger. I think the pressure is going to be a lot lower than it was earlier. If it dropped 10 millibars since 8 o'clock, if it's down like 960 or 958 millibars, that's a concern. That's a big concern. Wow, almost up to 1,300 likes, folks. Thank you all for liking the stream and subscribing to the channel. Did you, yo, David, check out the H-Wharf parent model. That didn't come out yet. That's the 18Z run. That's always delayed by a little bit. That's the 18Z run, and I can move myself out of the way. You guys, just so you know that the parent run is always delayed a little bit. This is the 18Z run from the parent run. And if we look at the latest run, it's not as strong, and it's a 0Z run. So keep that in mind. The parent run is the 0Z parent run has not come in yet. So that's delayed, okay? Keep that in mind. Unless you all want to base it off the 18Z run, that be my guest, be my guest. Jim Cantori needs to retire. Oh my gosh, Chase. What's up, James? Once again, there appears to be a temperature inversion in the mid-level troposphere causing stable air and inhibiting convection. Yeah, but we'll see what this means for the system. It does look like the cloud. We'll see what the pressure is like, though. If it continues to, if it's still at like 970 something millibars, then we could already say probably it's not going to end up being as strong, which is good for people that live in Florida, in the Big Bend. But I can't say that for sure until we get that plane in there. And they will be in there really soon. In about less than 30 minutes, we will get the new data. We will. It's getting a little chilly in here. Let me turn down the fan. We're going to wait and see what that pressure is. That central pressure is what we're looking for. There is a convective burst right here. We'll see if that does anything. When the sun hits this thing, it's going to go up. Not necessarily, Arthur Johnson. Well, it could, but diurnal maximum is actually overnight, not during the day. Did it shift west? I would say maybe by a mile or so, but pretty much the same forecast as before. So they're on their way. They'll be getting there pretty soon. We will find out in about 10 minutes what these winds are, what the plane finds. I would say they will find hurricane force winds. This is certainly a hurricane. Certainly a hurricane by no means. So get ready to see purple barbs. Yeah, about another 2 or 3 minutes, we will get a new update. It looks like it did shift west. Maybe because it's weaker, maybe it isn't going towards the Big Bend right now. What time do they update the cone? They will update the cone in the next complete advisory. That is scheduled for 2 in the morning Pacific time. That would be 5. No, wait, no, because it's Central time. So they will update that cone at about, 2 in the morning my time. That's 2 in the morning Central time. What's up, Sonora? How are you doing? What's up, Randy Webb? What's up, Jennifer? How are you doing? Good morning to some of you that are up this late watching this. The melatonin is kicking in. Huh. So you just took some melatonin, I'm guessing. That's what I might need to take. Not tonight, of course, but tomorrow night, because I am going to be tired and I need to sleep solid. Does melatonin work actually? What do you guys think? I want to hear your guys' thought. By the way, we are only 800 subscribers away from 30,000, folks. So thank you guys for showing your diligent support on this channel over the last week or so. Over the last week. Again, only 800 left to 30,000. Man, I cannot believe it. We have blown up this much on the channel. So I think the center is down over here, I think. This is where I think it is. So the next update, we'll be able to get that information in. Oh, okay. So melatonin does work for you. I might give it a try. Probably after all of this is done, because man, I need to catch up on my rest. Thank you, Heidi. And welcome, Heidi, by the way. Long time no see. It's been a little while, I think. Unless you were here yesterday, but the chat was going so fast. I like magnesium calm. Nice. Interesting that plane that got in there did not, that convection tower being pretty deep. Either that, this is going to be a really big eye, a really large eye wall that forms, which isn't surprising given that the wind field is probably really big. But man, I will be shocked if the aircraft does not find lower pressures. We will wait and see, though. Give it another... Maybe the center is way over here, too, so they have a little ways to go. Yeah, this is where it's at right here. This is where the center is at. Fact that it's really compacted, though, I'm sure, tells me a lot. Man, almost 1,400 likes already. Man, we were just at 1,200 literally like 5 minutes ago. Thank you guys for liking. Boy, it's going past my eyes like it's no tomorrow. Still moving northward? I would say yes. It's still moving northward. Yeah, it looks like it is moving northward. Directly northward. Will it be a Category 5 at landfall? Right now, it's very hard to say. I don't think it's going to be a Category 5 at all. Probably barely a Category 4. Again, that aircraft data that we get in a little bit here will be very helpful. Because this will give us one, if the pressure is this low, I mean, if it dropped from 971, 972 from earlier to now 960 millibars, that means this thing is really deepening. It's deepening really quickly. In fact, I want you all to guess. What do you think the pressure is at? How low do you think the air pressure is in the central part of the storm? I'm guessing it's 966 millibars. I'm guessing it's 966. Oh, here comes all the guesses. Whoa, someone's going low. 961 millibars from our Aaron. 3343 saying that. Let's see. 943. No way, Christine. No way. 892. Come on. Come on. No, it's not that low. Probably a joke, huh? 420 millibars. Come on. Be more realistic. Chase, it is not 1,008 millibars. It is not 1,008 millibars. I don't know what you're seeing that it's 1,008 millibars, because we're already down to 885 millibars. I'm seeing an average consensus about 963, 965. So I'm going with 966. I'm going to keep my prediction at 966. We'll see who's right. And you guys are probably looking at the Recon before I see it. So save those answers until we get it officially on the stream, because I know you guys will be like, oh, I got it already, David. It's this low. No, you're going to wait until I show it on the stream. Everything that I show is official. 964, 965, 957. Lewis is saying. Someone said bingo. I don't know if that means we did not get a new update yet from the Recon. It will not come out until about 10:49. 10:49, we will get the new update. Someone said 960. We'll see if that's correct. I'm going with 966. I'm taking my own word into the own hands that it's 966. There is deep convection wrapping all the way around, though, still. So, yeah, here we go. Data's going to come out here in a couple of minutes. Wow, someone said 100 millibars? Yeah, if that were ordered to happen, we would have a cat 1 million. And someone's going to just laugh at me. We would have a cat 1 million if we had a 100 millibar system. Wow, someone's even going negative 400. Come on. You guys are not realistic. At this time, it's like fun and games, having fun. That's part of the stream, having fun, right? I'll tell you guys this. Whoever gets it right, there's been so many numbers that came into the chat. Whoever gets it right gets a cookie. Whoever gets it right gets a cookie. Or, how about this? Flaming hot Cheetos. Flaming hot pretzels. And the bad thing is these are actually ghost pepper flaming hot. How about money? Gotta save that for charity. All right, let's go, Recon. It's time. It's time. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes until update. Maybe even another minute. Of 300 millibars? Wow. The Great Red Spot. But guess what? This is the Great Red Spot right here. Who has actually had flaming hot pretzels before? That actually tastes really good. But also, who has had flaming hot macaroni and cheese? You know those little cups, or you could actually pour it all into and boil it. Oh, yeah. Those are spicy. All right, come on. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You're kidding. They did not find hurricane force winds yet. Wow, this is a lot weaker than I thought. A lot weaker. This has not intensified at all. This has not intensified. It is 970 millibars. 970 millibars. Wow. So this might be just too broad. Maybe too big of a system. It may not be able to intensify much. Maybe it's reorganizing. I don't know. That deep convection, though, I thought it was showing signs of intensification. There's no way that's 970 millibars. There is no way that pressure is that low. It's got to be lower than that. We'll see with what they find on the other side of the system, though. Actually, they are not in the center then, because they're supposed to get there. Man, these make me hungry already. What's the wind? Only 50 knots. That's tropical storm force. They did not find hurricane force winds. You know what? I'm going to see if Pat is online. I'm going to ask him this. Why this system is showing... Because the center's right here, though. There's no well definition. No eye forming, no. Let me try calling Pat to see if he's on, because I need to ask him about this. I think he's still live, isn't he? If he's still live, then I don't think he's going to answer. No, he's not. Okay, so he's probably in bed. We'll wait for one more update to see with what they find on the other side. But I find it really interesting that the models are doing horrible at this. Doing really bad. I mean, nothing like what these models are showing right now. Nothing at all. I mean, this is where it's supposed to be like tonight. And we are not getting anything like that at all, which is good news. It could be like the halves be, though. Maybe in the early stages. We'll see with what they find on the other side, but that pressure does not signify anything. We'll see if they get when they get the other side, if the winds are actually a lot stronger. But that front quadrant, boy, just not a lot going on with it. Winds have definitely weakened on that. It's not even hurricane force. However, though, it did... Yeah, that's about as low as it has been. Yeah, it's not any lower. We're going to wait for that newest pass, though, or the next update in about 4 or 5 minutes. It's the dry air. Yeah, and maybe the shear, too. Maybe the shear's getting ingested into this. It could be the shear. Tornado warning near Naples, Florida. That expires in 6 minutes. I don't think it's anything substantial. It's just radar indicated. Thank you, Morphus, for becoming a Tropical Storm member. Boy, 6 members we've gained tonight on the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am really surprised by this. I am really shocked that the pressure has not dropped to as low. It fell a little quickly tonight though, and maybe we'll have to see what it finds on the other side though. Once it approaches the southeastern eyewall, if that is going to show up in this band, maybe this is where the strongest winds actually are in, right here. Right now it's down at 970 millibars is the lowest we could find it. Right there is the lowest. See that? 970. Actually, you know what though? I'm going to see if the Recon drop zones, because they did do a drop zones last mission. And I'm going to see if they saw... Yeah, see, it was 970 millibars. 972 in the last pass. Interesting. I'm just shocked. I'm really shocked. Oh, did we get a new update? Oh, maybe not. We did not get a new update. No, we didn't. Not yet. Not quite yet. Oh, Pat. What's up? Okay. Hey, Pat.
What's up, David?
Dude, this system is not strengthening.
This hasn't even sampled the majority of it yet. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I do. But we'll see with what they find on the southeastern side. We will see. But man, that front side, there's no hurricane force winds on that.
You realize it takes a while for winds to catch up to pressure, right? You understand that.
Yes, I do.
Just because you have a huge burst of convection, it takes a little while to catch up.
I know, but what I'm saying is that the last mission though had slightly stronger winds.
Not in that side, I don't think. Let me check real quick. Yeah, they didn't really have. Yeah, they didn't really have that on that side of it, really. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd wait till the southeastern and northeastern sides come in, and then we figure it out from there. We're getting some more data in the next couple of minutes anyway, so hopefully that'll fix things.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should get a new update here on the plane in a second.
Yeah, hopefully. After that update, I'm gonna get off. Because I'm getting ready to head to bed soon. So.
Long day tomorrow. I'm live all day, so
Oh, I know.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is Pat, by the way, folks. Pat's Path Predictor. Let's get right into the weather.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I'm just popping in for a few minutes, waiting for more data to come in.
Yep, I'm waiting. Probably the next minute In the next
Yeah.
10 seconds, we'll get a new update, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, plane. Come on, plane, you got this. You got this.
It's not the plane, it's the website that needs to update.
I know.
But
wow,
I will.
Thank you for the tropical storm membership, Puro Kabita.
Nice.
I appreciate
Nice
that.
job. Congrats.
That's 7 members we've gained tonight. That's incredible. 7 members tonight.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm going to have to do something special for members-only content.
Okay, there's another convective burst forming near the north, starting to blow up near the northeastern side of the system.
All right.
Also, that dry air, that slot over there is getting mixed out pretty quickly.
Okay, we got the pressure in, and it's 969.1 millibars. 969. So 969.1 millibars. And
yeah,
based on what they have found so far, because they probably... I'm going to wait for one more update to see if the max winds are in this band right here.
Yeah, this is interesting, though, the way it's panning out.
Yeah.
Huh.
969.1 in the last... So a 1 millibar drop in the last 3 hours is not really significant.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to head out. You guys have a nice night. You got another member, by the way.
Thank you, Skeptical Observer 369, for becoming a tropical storm. I do appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. I'll catch you later, David.
All right. You too, bud.
Bye.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to get one more pass into my stream, and then I am going to have to head to bed because I'm going to stream tomorrow. So we are going to get one more pass, and we're going to see with what they find once they come back in again. But I'm still interested to see if the strongest winds will occur in this band out here. No hurricane force winds being shown on the flight level winds, though. Quite surprised. NHC is out. I bet you they dropped the intensity. You want to make a bet? You want to make a bet. They dropped the intensity. No, they didn't. They did not. It's moving north or 5 degrees at 12 miles an hour. So it is moving faster. It is moving faster right now. So I don't think I'm starting to... I'm going to just wait for that one look at this. If this is where the strongest winds are occurring. In this banding feature right here. It looks like it might be, though. We are getting a new burst, though, blowing up over here. Pretty interesting. No, it's moving to the north at 5 degrees. So it is moving slightly east of due north. What's up, Lacey? Hey, David and everybody. How's it going? It's going good. Thank you for asking. But we are going to be here for the next second pass. And then I'm going to actually have to call it a night, because if not, I will be late to my stream, and you guys will wonder, like, where is David at? Is David supposed to be streaming at like 8:30 in the morning? So, yeah. But in the meantime, we are going to be watching this in real time. Real-time data. But I'm still interested if they're going to find a big patch of really strong winds on this side. Any public live cameras? Yes. We got one in Steinhatchee. We will bring up tomorrow. Boy, we are already up to 1,500 likes almost. Wow. I'm impressed. So if you guys have not liked the stream yet, please do so. 1,500 likes already. That is incredible. Just seems like time is going by so fast that it's like 1 like is like 10 likes worth, you know? It's not moving northeast at all. I said it's moving just east of due north. So if you think of north, this is exactly due north right here. That's exactly due north. When I mean it's moving just east of due north, it's doing like this. Okay, so it's moving just a little bit to the right. And just moving a little bit east of due north. There is convection popping up right where this plane is, so once this thing stacks, it's gonna go off. Do you think I'm okay in Panama City Beach? Bling B, I would say no. If you're... Panama City Beach is under a hurricane warning, isn't it? Panama City Beach is under a tropical storm warning. You're going to get tropical storm warnings or tropical storm-like winds at the moment based on what we're seeing. But please make sure you stay up to date from the National Hurricane Center and your local officials for that information, because based on now casting this, it doesn't look like it's going to take as big of an advantage, but I could be wrong. I could wake up tomorrow and this thing is a lot stronger. We are just going to have to wait. You're very welcome, Bling. I do appreciate it. Who's wrong? The eye is huge. Yeah, and that might be what's gonna not allow this to take off as quick. However, there is some deep convection. That's why I'm really interested in what this plane is gonna find right here in this thick cloud patch. Do the winds go up suddenly right there? That's going to be the thing that we are going to have to wait and see from the plane. Thank you, Jason Lockwood. Wow, Category 4 tier. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see if this becomes a Category 4 tier storm. I like your last name, by the way, Lockwood. It reminds me of the character in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Hey, Flint Lockwood. You know, I like that last name, Lockwood. You locked her wood up. Severe weather Center, how's it going, bud? Likely Cat 3 at landfall. That seems probably more reasonable. It's having too much dry air. Oh my gosh. What did I tell you guys? Oh, this is definitely stronger. This definitely has almost 100-mile-an-hour winds. Very strong winds on this side of the storm. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely strong. The pressure hasn't dropped, but wow. Light level winds are definitely intense. 73, 80 knots. That is, yeah, right there. 80 knot flight level wind. Yup. Definitely a hurricane. This probably is a little stronger. We'll see if that is consistent. But 80 knot winds is... What's 80 knot winds, folks? I think that's... Hey, Siri. What's 80 knots? 92 miles an hour. This could be a 90-mile-an-hour hurricane. Based on that data. Yeah, 92 miles an hour. Well, rounding it down. We don't round up. Unless it's like 96 miles an hour. Then they'll round it up. But right now it's... probably at 90 miles an hour. So this has strengthened. And it looks like deeper convection is increasing a little bit more over the center. Yep. Looking a little healthier right now. It's attempting. It's trying. And the fact that the winds are really strong on this side is really important. I am really interested about that pressure, though. It has not dropped. It has not dropped, but it might be doing that. We'll see if it drops even further tonight. Ooh, got a lightning strike. A lightning strike now on this side. Which, by the way, we're not finding hurricane force winds on the northwestern side of the system. Mark Smith is saying, yeah, because it's undergoing explosive cyclogenesis. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to confirm that because the pressure drop has not been realized yet. If the pressure was like 960 millibars and it was showing a little stronger winds here, then I would be like, oh, yeah, this is definitely... Yeah, that's the dirty side right here, this southeastern quadrant. And you know, that's where the eye actually is. That's where the infrared, the eye is warming up a little bit. What's up, Jason Lockwood? How are you? Again. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. But I do love you guys tonight. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are here supporting this stream while we're giving you the latest information. I'm going to wait for one more pass. I'm going to keep this in real-time satellite data as we're watching this. Now, I may be trying to warm up a little bit. Because this is exactly where the eye is. You can see where the winds are. So this is exactly where the center is. Very symmetrical cloud field, though. Really symmetrical. It's about, can it wrap up quickly tonight? It's can it get its act together? Andrew Loja, Steinhatchee and Cedar Key could certainly get hurricane force winds. More than likely, that's what's going to end up happening. And storm surge, everything that the NHC is saying, I'm going to trust them. Still predicting 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. Just found you. Really enjoying the coverage. Thank you so much. If you're enjoying the coverage, please make sure you do subscribe. It really means a lot. And I just cannot believe that we are literally 700 subscribers away from 30,000. Wow. I'm amazed. I'm really amazed. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Tiffany, early in the morning. Gonna go nice and early. Probably about 8:30 in the morning. I'm gonna attempt to live stream. Maybe a little earlier. Because once I go live tomorrow, yeah, we're going to be live for 12 straight plus hours. You're kidding me. It is not showing 100 miles an hour. Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds. I don't even want to check, you guys. Is it really showing that? Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds? Man, if it's showing 100 already, then we've got a problem. You guys can check for me. I do not want to check. I don't want to check. But you know what? I have the urge to, so we will check. How? How? Tell me how they're getting... Wow. That is 87 knot. 87 knot SFMR winds. Hey Siri, what's 88 knots? 101 miles an hour. I'm dropping my phone right now. 101 miles an hour. You know what? This is rapidly intensifying. Jeez, dude. That is... There's no way SFMR winds are like 88 miles an hour or 88 knots. You know what? I'm going to go and do some deep diving into that, where they found that. Let's see, where they found that. SFMR winds, okay. Might be... Oh, wow, they found 92 mile an hour winds right there. Right there. Yep, they found 100 mile an hour winds. Yep. Yep. That's a category 2. That's a category 2 hurricane. Wow. Very interesting. That's occurring with, well, 970 mil. Let me ask you guys this question, Chase. Let me ask you this, Chase. You probably know a little bit more than this. I should know this, but I want to ask you. Does 969 millibar pressure contribute to 100 mile an hour winds? In relative sense. I'm asking you that question. I want to know your opinion. Does 969 contribute to about 100 mile an hour winds? Is that feasible for a category 2? No? I wonder if that's suspected data. I wonder if it was suspect. It's not flagged. It is not flagged, though. So I find that interesting that it's not flagged. No, look at this. There's no flagged areas on this. No exclamation points. No. No exclamation points. That's believable then. That's not suspected data. Yes, although it's actually the case if the storm is not large. Yes, is due. Yes, I guess. It's more like 960 French. Rancid was 100 with the 971. That's true. That's true, David. Good call. Good call. I just feel like 970 millibars is not low enough for a Cat 2, though. I don't know if it's just in visual sense or not. I think a Cat 2 would be like 960 something millibars. But hey, this is not suspected data. This is not like there's an issue with their instrument. That is believable. 86 knots. So that means this is a Category 2. This is a Category 2 hurricane type storm. Oh, yeah, look at the convective nature now. It is definitely increasing again. Oh, yeah. Wow, they're still finding hurricane force winds out here. This is a really big wind field out here. So now the question will be, what do they find on that northeastern quadrant when they fly over there? So the system technically has intensified. The pressure dropped a millibar. The system has intensified. Unfortunately. Which, you know what? You know what that means? Let's take a look at this. Right here. 91 knots. You're telling me that matches well with the HMON model. Not as intense, but finally maybe onto something. Yeah, this is definitely believable because essentially, yeah, look at this. Right here, the wind field. SFMR winds. These are surface winds right in here. Believable. That's 88 knots. The halves B is on it. Halves B and halves A are on it right now. Which means that the system will continue to intensify even more. Still. So, yeah. They found winds of 100. This is a Category 2 hurricane. Well, I don't know if they will actually jump at that high. We'll see what they do. I wonder if they did an update. If they're... See, now look at right here. This is suspected data right there. Their last little piece. This is what we're looking for. This right here, see this? See this right here? That exclamation point, that is suspected. That may not be 72 knots. That little exclamation point, it's red usually. And that tells us that, oh, this is not the correct data. This may not be right. So this is essentially not to be used. Not to be used. But the other ones, believable. Well, way over here. Believable. And yeah, right here, look at, see, your surface wind, 85, 87 knots. Wow, that's strong. That's really strong. Still finding near hurricane force wind here in orange on the plane. So I would say this is a 969 millibar system. I'm sure it is. We're going to wait for the drop zone to get in there. I wonder if they're going to do like a update. No, they're not. There's no update on this. See, they should have waited until they did that, because that will be put into the next advisory, though, and probably would be a major hurricane. The fact that they did find 100-mile-an-hour winds, that went up a lot. That went up 15 miles an hour. Sorry, Kevin, if that message was hidden. Yeah. MS 7887R. Yeah. You're very welcome. Yes, I will be back in the morning. For those people that are going to bed now, I will be back in the early morning hours. This time, going live all day. As long as things work really well with technology, there's no interruption. Yeah. But I will be live here for another 30 minutes or a little longer until we get that second pass into the center. What time do you think is the next update? At midnight tonight with Recon. They do 4 hourly fixes. That's when they would do that. So bedtime, David, you got to get up early. All right, let's do a little vote. Just without the poll. Do you guys think I should go to bed now and not wait for the second pass? Or do you think we should stay live until the second pass of the Recon data? I want to hear your guys' thoughts, because I'm debating if I should stay up for the second pass. I want to see what they find. I do want to see what they find. Stay live? Okay. I'm going to stay live then until the second pass. Until midnight then. Because I'm interested. I'm interested on what they're going to find. Because I won't sleep. I probably won't sleep until they fly through again. No, I'm not stopping, Ryan. Don't worry. I'm going to stay here and go and stay live until they get another pass. Yeah, storm is moving to the north, though, slightly west of due north or east of due north. So it's pretty much doing this directly, and we'll see if it goes this way. It should start turning a little bit soon. Son Kissed. I'm going to go live tomorrow at about 7:45 or 8:30ish in the morning. I don't have a set time, but it will be within that hour, between like 7:45, 8:45, earlier rather than later probably. I do kind of want to sleep in a little bit, so I don't have to get up so early, because I have to create the title, the thumbnail, the description, and everything. So, and then I have to let you all know within at least 30 minutes that I'm going to go live. So that takes into consideration as well. So if I go live at 8:30, I would have to create the stream before 8 in the morning, which means I would have to get up at like about 7:30, 7:15 in the morning. Wow, folks, we are literally 700 subs, 695 subs away. Yeah, 695 away from 30,000. Thank you guys. Boy, we could end up at 30,000 before September comes to an end. I am just shocked. I really am. So thank you guys. Also for liking the stream as well. I'm actually hungry. I did not even hardly eat dinner tonight, funny enough. Wow! Started at 28,000 sharp when I entered tonight. Oh, wait, no. 28.0, yeah, when I entered tonight, laughing out loud. Good game. Wow. That means we've gained 400 in this stream. That's incredible. That is substantial. So thank you guys for the support. Thank you. It's like David's rapidly intensifying on his channel. He's rapidly exploding in size, you know? It's like this. It literally is. I gotta use things in weather. And by the way, it's the environment with my channel is conducive for growth. That's basically where we're at. No wind shear, no negative factors impacting it, which is great. Oh my gosh, Dark. New data? Yeah, we got new data. And flight level wind, let me see what the SFMR winds are. Yep, they're not working. I guess they turned it off or something. These white dots mean there's no SFMR winds. So, it's just flight level wind. And right now, it's 50, 60, 65 knots. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, that is definitely, that's 70 knot winds right there. So this is definitely a large hurricane wind field. Yeah, because this is 68 knots at 67. Winds are increasing over here as you get to this portion. So this is going to be interesting. This northeastern quadrant usually is the strongest portion of the storm because the storm is moving this way. This could end up being the strongest area here, the fat side. And that's what the winds are doing right now. Loney Davis, thank you for becoming a Cat 1 member. Boy, 10 members we've gained in this live stream. That's incredible, folks. Incredible. Sorry making a big deal out of everything, but wow, 10 members. The support on this channel, I have to say, has been remarkable. I cannot ask for anything better. Anything. I really can't. So I really appreciate all the support. You guys have done me a great deal. You guys really have. And I'm blessed to do this for you guys. Take time out of my day, I'll tell you, to do this. Especially for tomorrow. Tomorrow, actually, yeah, well, today for you guys will be the ultimate test. if I can get through 12 hours of live streaming, a half of the day out of my day to go live. Man, it's going to be a challenge. It's like a recon mission going through a Cat 5. Can David attempt this? I'm like a recon aircraft, you know? I'm on a mission tonight, and that mission is to provide you guys live data. And you know what? That's what I feel like this all is. It's like I'm a recon plane. I time my updates. That's why I live stream at 8:15, and people are like, why is David live streaming so late? I got an idea. And you know what? It dates back to Inside Out 2. I got an idea. I just like that movie. Who likes Inside Out 2? I'm telling you, the characters in there, especially embarrassment, disgusted. Oh, I could watch that movie. Eye is thinning. What do you mean the eye is thinning? Thinning as in warming? Maybe it is. You're probably referring to that. Yeah, this eye is warming up. This eye has definitely gotten warmer. And we are getting really deep convection in the center again. Really deep right here. This portion, this is really deep. When are you going to sleep? At midnight. I will end this at around midnight. I'm waiting for the second pass through the center. I'm waiting patiently. The convection popping up is impressive. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cold. In fact, it is still relatively cold. Not as cold as it was earlier, but still, I mean, we're getting pockets of negative 120 degree cloud tops. Oh, okay, they got the past 970 millibars officially. So that is lower from 972 millibars earlier. Actually, that's a 2 millibar drop in about 3 hours. So it is dropping at a steady state right now. Really close to that extrapolated pressure, though. So we'll get a new update here in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes to update. I am curious, though, what the temperature is in my backyard really quick. I want to look at that. On my Tempest weather station, where are we at? No wonder why my feet are cold. I can just feel the chill in my feet. 55 degrees tonight. Wow. 55 degrees tonight. Outside my doorstep. Helene is about 700 miles wide. You're joking with me, Sun-Kissed. You're joking with me. It's not 700 miles across, or yeah, you're probably saying like 700 miles across. Hold on a second. Let me see this. I don't know where you're seeing this, but it is a big system. Nonetheless, it is a really big system. Okay, let's see with what our flight data shows. 71 knots, that's 80 miles an hour. 85. Boy, we're close to 90 miles an hour over here with the flight data. So this is solid hurricane force winds. This is not just a little bit pieces here and there of hurricane force winds. This is really solid. So that means it's going to be interesting. That northeastern quadrant is what I'm looking for. So they're moving along pretty quickly here. So they should be in the center, hopefully right around midnight. I'm going to wait for one more pass, though. Believe me, I don't look tired, but yeah. David doesn't get a nap today. Don't worry, I'll rest. I will rest. But I want to get this. I'm very curious what that northeastern quadrant's going to look like. I'm really curious where all this convection is. If they find a wind maximum like they did over here, which, by the way, the wind here, man, all these trucks going by, really annoying. But yeah, this wind field is intensifying. And we will see if that pressure does drop. That's why I want that second pass. Because if it's dropping, if it's going to fall, it's going to fall like 2 or 3 millibars. If it falls like 3 millibars, then we know where we're going. It may seem useless, but these recon missions are very important. Because they give us that structure of the wind field. Imagining looking at this from satellite intensity estimates would probably show like, oh, it's a 70 mile an hour tropical storm. Which, by the way, that is a warming eye right there. Look at that eye warming up. That eye is definitely showing up on infrared right now. Notably warmer. And when we look at 3D, you can totally see it. And the wind field may be catching up to this. And there's a lot of deeper convection getting closer to the center. This is what we call coagulating. The system's coagulating with all that deeper convection, forming closer to the center. And this really pictures where the hurricane force wind field may be trying to develop right now. What's up, Ezzy? How are you? Yeah, this eye is definitely warming up a little bit. In fact, our eye temperature right now is negative 51 degrees Fahrenheit. It is warming up a little bit. Look at these cloud tops. So negative 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So pretty deep convection surrounding this. Really deep at the moment. Man, it's 53 outside. Wow, it's really cooling off tonight. And guess what? You want to know something really bad? Our AC went out. So we, the HVAC people will probably have to come out and repair it. We're going to get into some triple-digit temperatures again by early next week. And so I'm cooling off this house as much as I can possible. Because that's our air conditioner. We're back to the old school. So, if this is the newest update, we will get a new update here in about 10 minutes. Wow, look at new convection popping off up here now. New deep convection. This is really starting to take hold. Really starting to take hold right now. The fact that that eye is really warming up right there, especially, is a sign. And you can see where the eyewall might be trying to form. So overall, this is panning out like what our models projected. This huge increase in the wind field tonight. And it seems to match with our airplane data. Man, at 5 a.m. this thing will be a Cat 3. We'll see about that northeastern quadrant. Ezzy, let me read what you sent me actually really quickly. Hey, I know you probably won't see this in time, but if you need any help tomorrow with the stream, I would love to offer out my support. I am experienced in dealing with these situations, and I'm very good information relayer. If you ever need someone on stream that can relay information in a beat, please let me know, and I will be happy to help without cost. If you need anything like my past experiences, please let me know. Hope to hear a response and have a good night streaming. Oh, Ezzy, okay. Yeah, we could talk briefly. I want to keep it short. Probably at least 5 or 6 minutes. All right, 5 to 10 minutes perhaps. I hope you're still here watching that. I just saw your chat, so I would love to talk to you, and I'm glad you came to me saying sweet. Yay. Yeah, I want to talk to you and get to know you really quickly. It's kind of like a little interview beforehand. Because I think I will need coverage tomorrow because Ethan, after he said he was going to be here for about an hour or two in the morning, then he's going to have to head off and do some stuff like he was saying. And then it'll be just me by myself. And I don't want to be by myself all stinking day for 12 hours almost. I mean, I'll be honest, my butt is sore. My butt is pretty sore. And this is not good. I don't want to get pressure sores because I've been in a chair for most of the time. In fact, I will tell you guys behind the scenes that in between uploads on YouTube, I'm literally sitting in this chair like 20 hours out of the day. 20 hours out of the day, which is not healthy at all. It is not. In fact, I'm very lucky I don't have pressure sores because I could get pressure sores if I don't watch myself. Grab a pillow. Pillows are not going to cut it. I gotta move around. I gotta stretch sometimes, you know. Like this. Sometimes you gotta do ergonomics, stretch, ooh, and sit back down. So let's see with what they have found. Man, they're getting solid. They're getting solid hurricane force winds. Really solid. I mean, that's all purple right there. This is no longer just a little wind field like they had earlier. In fact, if we look at the mission 2 hours ago, look at the difference. Look at the mission 2 hours ago. And I want you to really see this, folks. 2 hours ago, remember the purple that you see on your screen. This purple are hurricane force winds. Okay? Purple areas. There's some hurricane force wind field at flight level. Okay? Now take a look at tonight's mission. Let's look at the difference. That's 2 hours ago. This is 3 minutes ago. What a difference this is. So you can see the difference between 2 hours ago with that wind field. Let me switch these. Again, you can see boom, 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 boom. Especially right here. They barely, not even gotten close to find hurricane force winds there. And now, solid. Solid on that leg. Hey, Jesse Bledsoe. Right? Jesse Bledsoe. Do you think there is an eyewall replacement cycle? Because this is a bit early for an ERC. I don't think it's an ERC. It did one already? Really? Wow. So they're not going to get the center by midnight, but we're still going to wait. We're still going to wait. Thank you, Connie. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not sneezing. That's just a cough. I have really bad nasal drip. But that's not going to stop me from doing these live streams. That's why you'll hear me go like that, because I don't want to cough so much. It has a center look. Oh yeah. That eye is really warming though. Oh yes. Look at this. Negative 40, negative 39. Literally at 11 o'clock tonight, my time, there was no eye at all on this. Look at the difference. Actually, there was right there negative 80 Fahrenheit. Then let's go to 11:15. Look at that. It's negative 71. 11:30. It warms up even more. Negative 51. And most recently, look at how clear this is getting. Really has warmed up. Really has. Aaron! Eyewall replacement cycle was faster than barrel. We'll see if that pressure really drops. If it drops by like 10 millibars, then we know there was probably an ERC earlier. Wow, this convection is really increasing over the center though. You could really get an idea. It's really trying to do something pretty substantial. It is on the move, though. It is definitely moving at least 12 miles an hour. Yeah, that makes sense where that center is. So the center might be right over here where yeah, because that's where it's going to have to be. That's where the center is. GFS shows another storm hitting. Oh, gosh, don't you tell me that. No, 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 no. I did not see the whole GFS. I want to see the European model first. I want to see that really quick. The system out there in the Atlantic really quick. There's something about that. There's something that has my attention. That really does. There's something that just tells me to look at that really quickly. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely there on the model still. Yeah, it's been consistently showing that. And let's see the Canadian model. Yeah, so still something to watch out for. Ensemble model forecasting. Let's see what that shows. Man, there's a lot of doodads out here, though. A lot of doodad activity. We'll see that pans out down the road. I just like calling everything doodad at this point. Mixed signal out there, but there's something brewing off of Africa within the next 7 to 10 days, though. There's something there on the models. Very murky, but there is a disturbance. We'll see if that is our next Cape Verde system. That hot tower is going to be big when they hit it. Wait. What? Oh, yeah, the hot tower? They're not going to hit that, are they? I don't think so. Will they? I see what you mean. There's this hot tower. All right, come on. Update now. We should be getting a new update from the Recon mission in 1 or 2 minutes. In 1 or 2 minutes, we should get a new update. By the way, if you guys are liking the content, you're liking the stream, you're liking the live coverage, and I will be live today, technically 2 minutes, until it ends up being Thursday here. If you guys are liking the content, though, be sure to share, like, and please subscribe to the YouTube channel because, wow, we're going to be live for 12 plus hours. And I do have many live cameras that we will be hosting tomorrow. We will be hosting a couple of cameras. In fact, let's show you one. Let's go to Steinhatchee over here. And this is going to be the camera that we will be hosting. Looks like some ripples in the water, which means our winds are beginning to pick up on that. So this is going to be the big camera. I call it big camera because it's going to be the one that we're going to be mainly visiting a lot. And what this looks like is if we go back in time, this is pretty much what it looks like. A lot of water, and if there's storm surge, we're going to be able to bring you that information in real time. It's going to be really cool, interesting to see how this pans out. And we have other cameras near Tampa. We got other cameras near Panama City. I'm going to have a big panel, like 9 or 10 cameras laid out across the region. And of course, you got to ask people, you got to ask the people that own these cameras if you could use them. And I did. If you guys don't believe me, I could show you the email. I could literally show you the email. And actually, why not? I'm going to just show you all that really quickly before I get possibly called out. Yeah, I'm not that I'll get called out, but it's always good to be safer than to be sorry, you know? So here is one right here. So here is one of those emails. Hope all is well. You are welcome to use the cameras. So yes, it's right here. Highlighting it in blue. You are welcome to use the cameras. So any Inco camera we'll be able to use on the stream tomorrow. And then recently tonight, I did ask Ben, which owns that Steinhatchee camera, which owns this camera. Oh, did I close out of it? I think I did. Oh no, right here. He owns this camera. I don't think he owns it. Maybe he rents it, whatever. He said that sounds good. Go ahead and use the webcam. So we are clear to use the Steinhatchee camera right here. I'm excited. I'm really excited. Well, it's always good to show proof because people are said, "Are you sure, David? Are you sure that you're allowed to use it?" But now you see all 1,600 people saw the proof. We saw the proof. Okay. So now when I use that in my stream, you guys got evidence that, oh, David did show the proof that he is allowed to use the cameras. Yes, YouTube sucks. YouTube is terrible when it comes to copyright. There, that's what I was looking for. Copyright infringement. Was that the camera twice? Yes. That's the big camera because Steinhatchee is right. Where's Steinhatchee at? It's like somewhere over here, right? It's got to be over here. Steinhatchee. Come on. I know you're over here, Steinhatchee. It's over here. Believe me. Yeah, there it is. Right there. I got it. I found it. Stewart City. That's where the camera is located. And it is in the path of this monster. Pretty much in the path of this monster. I got a full day today, Matthew. I agree. Steinhatchee. Yes. I said it correctly, Todd. Not trying to do similar to other streamers, but gotta have the whole 9 yards. Really got to. Okay. We got new Recon data. Wow, this is even popping up on the infrared. Wow, this eye is really warming up. Really warming up. Now we're down to -30 on this. -30 Fahrenheit. This eye is really warming up and it's clearing out. This is probably a category 2. Easily a category 2 hurricane. Without a doubt. That eye is really warming up. Literally, even since 11:55. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, since 11:50, literally in the last 10 minutes, it went from -40-ish to now -30 degrees. So it's warming up. The temperature here is warming up. And look at these cloud tops. -120 degrees Fahrenheit. So these are really cold cloud tops. So we're seen the beginnings of rapid intensification. I think so. And it is going to be very important to see if this trend continues. Yeah, wow, that's really warm right there on this infrared. Yeah, look how warm that eye has gotten. I am pretty concerned about this, I'm telling you. I am really concerned. Because now that that eye is clearing up, really symmetrical wind field, cloud field as well. Shoot. Yeah, right there, negative 30. Negative 30. One more pass. Let's go, plane. Let's go. Maybe it's going over that OHC. Someone just said maybe it is going over that OHC. Someone really thinks this is going to become a Cat 5 potentially. I bet you millions of dollars that it doesn't. Cuban radar, as it's leaving, shows less concentric look. Let's see. Wow. Really hard to say if it did go through an eyewall replacement cycle, but you know what happened once it finished with barrel. That thing blew its top. We will see if it did go through an eyewall replacement cycle. If it did, yeah. This could regroup really quickly. I mean, you could see it on infrared easily. You could really make it out now. Earlier, you could not make out the eye much at all. Now you really can. Which means the air is sinking in there. The air is sinking and compressing, and it warms up. But I'm waiting for the next update here on the windy.com because that will give us another plot. The dry air is really mixing out. Yeah, it's already mixed out. It already has mixed out, David. I almost talked to myself there. I feel like I told myself that. There's two Davids. I'm David, you're David. In the chat. An eye is forming. The outflow is there for rapid intensification. I look for it to take a bit of a right jog, and the wind field is so right side heavy at the moment. It will go north, but a little jog right likely. Oh yeah. This to me looks like a strong Category 2 hurricane. Just the way it looks on satellite looks a little bit more defined than it did earlier. Earlier, I thought, man, this may not do much. Now it really looks like it's going to do something. Come on, Recon. I want to go to sleep, and you're keeping me up. We will get a new update. We should already be getting a new update right now. Right now, we will get... Yep, there it goes. So, they're on their way in. They're on their way in. Oh boy, I am very curious what that is going to look like, what it's going to show. I'm waiting to see how warm these cloud tops have gotten in the middle of the eye. There it is. There it is, folks. Right there. We got convection now popping off on the southern side. Very hard to tell. It's beginning to pop off. Southern side. Right here. Well established on the northern side of the system. Yep. We're starting to get a more intense inner core structure. Attempting a whatever, if it formed earlier and then it collapsed, it's probably re-attempting to reform again. Looks like this really has expanded out here, this outflow channeling. That eye is definitely forming. Look at this. Yeah, look at the difference. We actually go underneath all of this 3D. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to look for where the... Oops. Come on. Where is our center at? Oh, wow. I passed it by a... Okay, it's not significant enough to where I could actually go underneath it to see if it's actually warming up. But yeah, you can't... You easily make it out. Watch this right about here. Boom! Look how warm that gets. Really warms up. And it's still warming up. I just have a feeling they are going to find winds that we have not found yet during this mission. I bet you they find at least 100 plus mile-an-hour winds. 24 Celsius now, the eye is not 24 Celsius. There it is warming up still. That's for sure. Oh, shoot. Look at this. -10. -10 Fahrenheit. Really warmed up. Yep. There it is, -10. At midnight, this is what it looked like, right around midnight. Look at what it looked like literally 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, it was at about -40. -40. So in 30 minutes, it went from -40 to now -10 degrees. That really has warmed up. Now, that could be temporarily. We will see. But that's a good start. That's a good, well, not a good start because it's going to impact people, but a good start for us that watch these things unfold. This is a start of a more constructive or construction of the Eyewall, you could really paint a picture that this is where it's at right here. The Eyewall is coming together. A little bit raggedy on the imagery, but it's coming together. And look at these cloud tops over here. Negative 120, negative 125 degrees Fahrenheit. That is some cold cloud tops. How wide is the eye? Let me go to Zoom Earth for that. Because Zoom Earth will actually tell us. So right now the eye is about 20 miles across. About 15 to 25 miles across. And it is, again, still expected to become a Cat 4 at landfall. Because if we look at this, remember, 5 a.m., it's over here, and it's supposed to be here by 5 a.m. So in 2 hours, it's got to get its butt over here, which I think it's moving a little slower. In an hour and a half, the system has not moved very much. So it is moving slower. Because by 5 in the morning, it's supposed to be right here. Is where it's forecasted to be. And it's still clearly down here where this eye is. So it is moving a little slower than the forecast so far. And then look at this. Then it gets up to 130. Still category 2 to 4. It skips a category. It could be, Liam, the landfall might just wait until nighttime. Man, this eye really is warming up now. Still warming up. That is very apparent. You can't just lose that eye at all. You just can't lose it. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please like it and subscribe to the channel. Boy, we almost have 2,000 people watching in the middle of the night, so thank you guys for staying up late. I know you guys are like, oh, I want to go to bed, David. You're like me. You're pulling an well, I'm not pulling an all-nighter, but for you all that are in Eastern time, it's almost an all-nighter. 3 hours from now, it's going to be sun up. Sun's going to come up, and you're going to be like, oh, I get to start the day. Sometimes it's just how it is. A random hurricane tracker, David. Bad news. The diurnal maximum is about to peak within the next hour. Lots of CVs are about to go off. I think we're already seeing that, bud. We're already seeing that. Look at this. New burst of deep convection reinforcing itself. Yeah, right there. You can see it. Oh, yeah, look at it right here. Man, big hot tower. Big hot tower. Big hot tower coming off on this one. Right there. Yeah, see, this thing is contracting. It's contracting a little bit. Yes, it is Henderson. -10 is warmer than -40. And 0 degrees is warmer than -10. If it's slowing down and taking its time, will it strengthen out to the other side of the bend? I don't know what you mean, the other side of the bend. Oh, what's up? Okay, yeah, a random hurricane tracker. You were talking about the microwave imagery. We don't have any microwave imagery on this, do we? I can check actually myself, but you can check too. I want to see if we do have anything new on this. No, we don't. We do not. Once we get a new image, and when will that be? When will that be? Okay, they're already finding hurricane force winds. And the latest plot is 63 knots. 64 knots. We will see, though, what they find right underneath. This is where the eyewall roughly is. Right in here is where the maximum winds should be found. So they're just approaching that right now. 10 more minutes until we get a new update from the Recon aircraft. Actually, less than 10 minutes. More like, say, 9 or 8 minutes. This is going to be important. Does the system strengthen? Which means they're going... This is where the center might be, actually. Or no, wait. This is where the center is. No, wait. Hold on. No, this is where the center is. Or... if it's right here, roughly somewhere. That system has not moved very much. Wow, this is really moving slow. Holy Toledo. That eye is warming significantly. We have white pixels on the eye now, on the infrared. That is the warmest eye that we have had so far. In the last... yeah, we have not had an eye like that at all. Until most recently. Look at that. Becoming very apparent. Very apparent. Oh yeah, look at that. That is very clear. Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. This is it. It's already pushing. That eye is warming up. Yeah, look, you can notice a dimple right here. Look at this. In the last few frames, let's play this through. Look at how it really has come down. Look at how that spike is lowering. Look at this. Really dropping. That means the eye is warming. I would be surprised if the pressure is the same at this point. It's gonna have to be lower. It's gonna have to get down. Woo, this is a very, very intense overshooting top right here. This little guy is really intense. To Fab Fix is at 4.5 for 06Z UTC, David. T4.5 might be a cat, high-end cat 1. But I'm not worried about TFAB data right now. We're looking at Recon data. Recon is more accurate than satellite-based data. No, it's not going to be a Cat 5. No, I don't think it's going to be a Cat 5. Let's not pre-rate on that. This is going to be a Cat 5 because we don't know. We don't know yet. But what I do know is that this system is strengthening at an appreciable rate. I mean, we got Category 2 force winds on this side, and now we're going to get the northeastern side to see if that continues. And the latest pixel right now continues to show warming taking place. It continues to warm up. Oh my, yes. Really warming up now. The eye looks kind of ragged looking, but that's to be expected. Man, this thing is blowing. It's blowing. Yeah. Cloud tops or the eye temperature has warmed further. See where we're at on that eye temperature. -10. We're at -9, -10. So it is warming up still pretty rapidly. And it's even shown here on the satellite imagery. Very clear. Look at how warm that is right there. Look at how warm. So that's remarkable. I mean, an hour ago. Yeah, an hour ago it was not even there. Not even there. At all. You would never know that an eye even exists. And then, boom. There you go with very deep convection wrapping completely around the southern side. Is it wobbling east? Well, the eye is a little ragged, so the eye is a lot larger than that little piece that we're seeing, actually. But the next update is going to be important. The next Recon update data. Because this is going to give us an inside look. Did the system intensify or did it weaken a little bit? I think it's stronger. Pressure is down at least 2 or 3 millibars. At least down 2 or 3 millibars. Recon update in about a minute, I would say. Should come out right now in about 30 seconds. By the way, if you guys are liking the live analysis, live data on Hurricane Helene, okay. And did they... Oh, we got a new update. Let's see. Still, are you serious? That pressure's dropping very quickly, though. So the center maybe... How did they not find winds that strong? Really surprising. We'll get one more update, and then I'm going to bed. The Eyewall is tighter than before. What do you mean it's tighter than before? What do you mean it's tighter than before, random hurricane tracker? It's definitely stronger within the last hour. I want to hear your thoughts. Why do you say it's tighter than before? Because to me, I don't know. Did it move east at all? No, it didn't. It did not move east. Actually, we'll see, because they're not even in the center yet. Not quite there. I bet the east side between the... might be closer. Okay. Let me look over the satellite data. Yeah, you know what? Just recently, we have seen a huge... We have seen the deeper convection getting more established. That eye is still warming up, though. There's gray colors in the eye. Gray colors in the eye right now. And yeah, look at that. Oh, yes. This warmed up even more. Wow. Incredible. Still warming up really rapidly. Really rapidly. Just doing it. This is amazing in the last hour. Wind should respawn really soon. I'm sure that if the pressure has fallen, then by the way, if you guys are liking the stream, please hit the like button. Boy, we are close to 2,000 likes. 2,000 likes. That's wickedly unusual. It is a keyhole shaped, isn't it? Yeah. But the center is somewhere probably over here than that. Or I don't know why the Recon missed it or well to the north. Interesting. Maybe they'll just slide down here to the south. I do appreciate all the support, folks. I really do. Man, staying up this late watching this, one quadrennial flight is all worth it. Worth the wait. Man, we're close. We are so close. One more update and we'll be there. That's another 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Now, don't be fooled. The eye may cool down rapidly again because we're getting these overshooting tops right here. See this? Lot tighter in terms of the convection wrapping all the way around. So don't be fooled that, oh, David, the eye cooled off again. Still it's definitely tighter though. And I'm really curious. 4 minutes left to update. But the cloud tops are definitely cold. I want to see this, what it looks like on tropical tidbits. Really curious. Boy, look at John though. Let's look at John really quick. I just wanted to show you all this. Jeez. Oh my golly word, John. That is some serious convection right there. Holy moly. What if this was Helene over here, boy? Man, that is some impressive overshooting tops. Oh my gosh, John, the revenge arc. Yeah, this is on its way. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Hit the like button if you guys are liking this. 2 more minutes before we get the central pressure. You guys need a guess this time. What do you think the central pressure will be this time? I'm putting it down to 966 millibars still. I think it's 965, 966. Here we go. Yep, 965. Xbox rules, 962. Oh, here we go. 960s. Okay. Still in the same range. 968, 965. So we're in the mid 960s, most part from many people. No, it's not 988. Lower the pressure, stronger the storm. Oh my gosh. Encountering wildlife, 926. No, no, no. It is not that low. If it is that low by now, oh yeah. It's game over. All bets are off, or all hats are off on this one. It would be a Cat 5. Yeah, look at this. This is really shaping up now. This is really shaping up. Oh, shoot. Pat. Pat, I only want to talk to you. I don't want to have more than one person in the chat or in the call. Let me call you separately. Pat, join. Please, join. Join the...
David, come on. Look,
Okay.
we need to talk about this.
What is it?
Let Tristan say what he has to say,
Yeah.
and then we can go from there.
Okay.
You missed an eyewall replacement cycle, David.
What is it?
It did a rare Cat 1 eyewall replacement cycle. You could tell on the satellite, and it had a double structure earlier when she was struggling on the first recon passes.
Yeah. There was a double eyewall feature in the data that Recon was getting back. And for a while, we were thinking, that's not possible, is it? And I was like, oh no. And then it happened. The eyes popped out too, by the way.
We're
Yeah.
down to 967, so a 3 millibar drop in pressure. 3 millibar drop in pressure.
Or oh dang.
So winds on that pass were 101 miles per hour. So
At
passing
flight level?
yeah, surface frequency microwave radiometer on the southeastern quadrant.
Oh wow.
And its eye is out. It's about to begin. If it continues now, it has to. I think it can continue now. You know what I think caused it, David? She
What?
had been struggling with
Oh my.
eyewall structure.
What is it?
Yeah.
David, we saw something rare today. That's pretty cool. But you know what that also means?
What?
Hurricane force winds have 3 times it's tripled. That means surge is going to be worse.
Oh yeah.
So estimated winds on this pass in relative pressure sense and the deep convection are about 105 miles per hour. So we're at category 2.
See,
yeah.
Pat, remember what I said? It was going to do something big, drop its 100 mile per hour winds immediately, and then RI?
Oh yeah.
I think that's what it's doing. I think that was Helene's surprise.
Every storm has one.
So now I want you both to do me a favor, Pat,
Sure.
because I'm going to be going to bed here soon because I have to get up early to live stream. I need you to screenshot, okay, from Tropical Tidbits or from any recon site, okay, of extrapolated pressure. So see these numbers on my screen?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
So-
we got it passed right now.
I know, but
967.8.
I know, but what I'm saying is when they do their third and fourth passes, because I'm not going to be up for that. I'm going to be sleeping. I'm going to wait to see one more update if they get any lower pressure within the calm part of the eye before they exit out on the other end. Because sometimes the lowest pressure may not cohere or coincide with the lightest winds. So I'm going to wait to see if they find anything lower on the other side. Actually, no, they're not, because it's 969 rapidly rising on this end.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So based on all the data, pressure's dropping like 3 millibars an hour. 2 to 3 millibars an hour, the pressure's dropping.
Yep. Hey, David, I posted something to you in the VC. I want you to show your audience this. This is an updated.
Okay.
Popped out.
What is it? Oh, yeah, I know. I know the eye is really popping out right now. It literally is. I'm looking at it in real time. But that eye is about to get covered up by that deep convection mass.
Yeah, it's gonna take time to develop.
Hey, David,
properly.
could you loop it back a little bit? Because look at the way she was starting at first. And then look at the way the convection tried to circle around.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I thought we were going somewhere with this, and then it did not do much, and now all of a sudden, boom, it blows up. So do you think it completed its Eyewall replacement cycle then?
Data
Yeah.
supports it.
Very quickly.
Data easily
Because it had a
supports
double eyewall structure
So
Yeah.
right before it occurred. And then Recon didn't record hurricane force winds at first.
So
that. And they recorded it for a long time on that eastern side. But David, sorry, continue.
So where's the data at that supports an Eyewall replacement cycle though?
It was back a bit. David, do you remember when the Recon pass went in, you saw a surge in the wind, then a bit of a dip, and then another surge, like 2 peaks in the maximum winds at the flight level with the Recon data? Do you remember that from about, I'd say, an hour and a half ago?
On what part though? The southeastern side?
It was northwest to southeast.
Yeah, because they got the center. That's why the wind got calm.
Whenever there's an eye wall, there's usually 1 peak and then a gradual decrease.
Oh.
This had 2. That's 2 eye walls. Now we're back, and now the outer eye wall overtook the inner one.
Oh, here's also some Twitter posts about it too.
Oh,
Here
wait.
you go.
Yeah.
Wait, there's Twitter posts?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some Twitter posts showing the 2 what looked like a double eye wall.
Yeah.
Oh, even Eric Webb says it's a Category 2 hurricane already.
Oh, David, I found it. I found the evidence one.
Yep. Please do. Please send it in.
That's 2.
Wait. Where?
On the Discord DMs, he said you 2 images proving the evidence on Discord DMs.
Yeah.
That's earlier though. That's
This wasn't too. This was.
That was
They were
not
there.
that long ago.
Yeah.
Oh wait. What time is this was this valid at?
Hold
though?
up. Eric Webb sent something real quickly. All right. Let me post it. Let me send it in to you. Copy image. Control V. Okay. Do you see those? All right. Open up that picture. Do you see those 2 spikes? There's a blue line and a black line. Pay attention to the black line. That's your surface wind.
Oh,
do you see
shoot.
this?
Yes, I do now. I do.
Yeah, do you
And
see
it
those
looks like Dr.
spikes?
Levi Cowan. He also supported something else with it too.
Yup, I see that.
So it did have a rare eyewall replacement cycle. That's interesting.
So what does that mean now for the fate of the system? What does that mean?
It's about to go
If
off.
it keeps the dry air and sustains itself for a few more hours, it is bomb time.
Oh yeah.
Shoot.
It
We're
just
already
has to
looking at
sustain
Cat 2
and not do
price
another
already.
mistake. That's all it has to do.
Yep.
And you know what the worst part is, David? That expanded her wind field a lot. That means surge problems.
Yeah.
And storm relative helicity problems. Because now we got a broader wind field for shear, for tornadoes.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that today.
Wow,
Yeah,
look at these 2 bursts of deep convection right here. Dang.
Oh, I'm watching them. Yep, those are bigger than what we saw before.
Yep.
Watch that wrap around again. That's easily going to do that. Easily.
All it has to do is sustain and keep its outflow really well. And I think it's about to. Look at the way they're both wrapping. Wow. Yeah, David, you can see the earlier weighted convection was struggling. It was like it died in the middle and then it circled around the edges.
Oh my gosh, Pat.
Hmm?
They definitely found hurricane force winds on the southwestern side with believable flight level winds of about 75 knots.
All right.
Ooh. So right after it fixed its thing, it immediately a lot of the wind went to the surface. So it was one.
It was delayed. That was the problem. It was severely delayed.
Yeah, look at the difference on the Recon mission 2 hours ago. They did not even find hurricane force winds on the southwestern side at all, or barely on the northeastern side. And
Yeah.
look at the difference. Look at this. 3 minutes ago. Definitely.
Yeah,
But the one
absolutely.
but the one
Oh,
thing
wow.
But the one thing about this is a pretty big eye with a sudden sharp decrease in winds. So I'm imagining right now the eye is about 30-ish miles across, 25 or 30 miles across.
Hey, but you know what's crazy?
All
Yeah.
right. Well,
The models had showed a pinhole eye at first, and then suddenly a big eye. Now I know why.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
I'm gonna actually have to head off. I need to talk to a quick friend because he's probably gonna help me throughout the day
That's
tomorrow.
fine.
So I need to interview him really quickly.
Sure.
But got the second pass, pressures dropped. But before I go, Pat, and before I go, everybody, I do have a couple announcements to share.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to take screenshots. This is your job. I gave you an assignment. All right. If you can please screenshot the next 2 passes on the Air Force mission only. And I need you to send those to me in DMs because I need to log that in because I have a database that I log the past missions on the central pressure on what it's doing with each pass. All right. Central pressure extrapolated. All right.
2 passes as into the eye.
2 more passes
right.
with this Air Force mission. I got the second pass already, but I'm going to be asleep when the third pass happens and the fourth pass. So if you can please log that in and just send the image of the center fix once they get through the center to see. And I want to just see if the pressure, the extrapolated pressure, continues to drop.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, everybody. Before I do head off, I want to make it clear that I am going to be live streaming tomorrow at around 8 in the morning, 8 or 8:30 in the morning or so, and we'll be live streaming for at least 12 to 13 to maybe 14 hours. It's going to be an all-day live stream. Man, I'm going to have to set up the cameras tonight still before I go to bed because I need to get the panel out, the panel of cameras, because we have like 9 cameras that we're going to have to be using. Man, got a lot of work to do, and I'm hoping I can be in bed within an hour or so. As always, have a great night, folks. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. You guys are awesome. Love you guys a lot.
Dude, you are close to 30,000 subs. That's insane.
I know. All right, we're literally like 500 subs away from 30,000. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Hit the like button and share this live stream with your family and friends. I will be back today. At around 8 in the morning or so, maybe 8:30, maybe 8:15, maybe 7:45-ish, because I'll need to create the stream. And we will be going live all day on not major yet, but will soon to become Major Hurricane Helene as it moves to the north-northeast towards the Big Bend of Florida. As always, have a great night, and I'll be back with you here shortly.
All right.